Oh, okay. I thought it was Thursday today, but then I realized that we play on Wednesdays, so it can't be Thursday. I got scared because I have a thing on Friday that I still haven't gotten ready for.
It's okay, I believe in you.
But yeah, Thursday. Inspiration, Ace and Flick. And I'll go Mark Flick.
I don't know what day of the week it is, but I will tell you one thing. It's episode 69.
It is episode 69.
Nice.
It's a nice episode.
This title isn't just nice, and there's not going to be any other options.
We just need to all just keep saying nice every time someone says anything so that it's just can be the title.
How hard can we shoehorn it? Shit. How much happened? I'm trying to remember. I know what's going on. I don't know how much of it happened last session. I think
we went down.
We started Lore Master. Last session began with us talking to Rex and Brandy, and no one on the stream could understand anything you were saying for the first hour.
Oh, that's right.
Is that fixed?
Thanks for the reminder. I should go check. Okay, it looks like I'm going through. I'll go announce that we're live and make sure they can hear me.
I hear you.
Okay, perfect.
Like I muted Discord and turned on the audio over there.
On the stream? Okay, perfect.
You good.
Announcement 1. Announcement 2.
Gee, Feck, how come they get 2 announcements?
So that people can come watch us make fools of ourselves.
Word. Who'd you say inspiration went to? I wasn't listening.
Ace and Flick.
Cool.
Alright. But yeah, you guys investigated the crash site, eventually learned that it was taken by some lizard folk, went to go communicate with the lizard folk, and were immediately told that now that you've talked to them and come to their island, you needed to be cleansed, and if you tried to just escape, that the sea would claim you. And then Gale was like, well, if they send everything that comes on this island down to be cleansed, then there's probably some treasure down there. So you all kind of collectively agreed to just go be cleansed and see what happened. You were sent through some sort of a magical ritual into what seems to be a deep undersea facility of some sort with a bunch of weird slimy gack ooze that was trying to dissolve and eat all of you. You kind of fought your way out of that and discovered that another young dragon had made his way down here and was kind of hiding from a monster. You regrouped with him and then began to travel around and quickly encountered that monster. And after defeating it, the monster began to speak to you and had some signs that indicated that it was probably connected to the Deep Mother in one way or another. That you were in the process of collecting these little glass coins, or they appear like glass to Nomad, but to everybody else they look like metal coins. And you have found a door that seems to be somewhat connected to them, although you haven't made entirely perfect sense of it just yet. You explored one wing of this facility, which kind of led through an underground cave system to another abomination monster that was hoarding one of these coins. And there's one wing sort of unexplored yet that you've seen, leads back down into the deep sea. And I believe, I don't remember if you've looked out and seen what is over that way, so I won't say anything. But that's where we left off.
I think we also fought a squid, didn't we? Or is that what you're talking about?
There was. You guys...
Octopus.
Over here, this is basically right where we left off, is you guys had just gone into this cave, defeated what appeared to be an aberrant creature of some sort, streaks of white kind of up its tentacles and across its face. And you've retrieved the coin, as well as a significant amount of the scrap metal that appears to be glass to Nomad. And he's kind of hoarded up about 30 pounds of that to go study later. And this is almost exactly where we left off. You guys kind of regroup and made your way back up into this central chamber. And we'll pick up from there. You now have 2 coins in your collection that look like this to everyone except for Nomad.
Guess we should head down the other hole.
How many of these here coins do we need, or do we know?
I assume 3.
But there's 9 little holes.
I assume we don't need to put all the holes in. I'm not sure.
More than 2 anyway, so yeah, guess we keep on looking.
Like this one probably goes in the bottom hole. See, 1 over 2 down. So there. And this next one goes the middle 2 up. So probably. Does that make any sense?
Okay.
I assume 1 goes here. And then 1 goes here.
I'm pretty sure if you turn them the other way, then they could go in the other ones.
True, but if you look at the heads being right way up.
We could just flip them, see where they land, and go with that.
I ain't got the right mind for puzzles.
Why don't we
Just a
go-
little orc.
Probably you should go ahead and go down the other hole and see if you can find another one.
Well, look down this hole and see what I can see from up top at least.
Yeah. What do we see?
So looking down there, it appears, if it weren't filled with water, to be kind of an underwater ladder that leads down maybe about 60 feet before it breaches into open space. And that is right about where the bubble of Flick's air pocket ends. You can see that there is a film of water that begins there, and then it continues further down, no longer entrenched in like stone, through just kind of open water for about another 100 feet or so until it hits seabed floor. And you get the feeling that if you were to go about 60 feet down, you'd be able to look out and see kind of what's around you that direction.
Is this the direction of that collapsed one that Nordo sent a friend to go look at? Is this the direction of that collapsed, ruined building?
Yes, it is vaguely in that direction. So the way he sent it would be kind of south on this map, which is actually southwest in the real map. And this one seems to lead kind of southeastish, but it's kind of vaguely in the right direction, yeah.
So if memory serves, that one was like a couple 100 feet away from where we came up, which was right here. So it'd be further off in the right direction.
Recap: did someone did cast water breathing on us all? Did they not, or did
Gale did.
Gale did.
Perfect. All right. Well, let's go ahead and climb on down. Does it look like the ladder actually goes to the bottom of the seafloor, or does it just kind of seem like the ladder just stops in the middle of the ocean, and that it's going to be very difficult to get on this ladder?
It stops about 15 feet short of the seafloor. So it'd be an easy swim up if there was water to it, but because Flick is kind of pushing all the water back, you'll have to find a way to, get up 15 feet to the lowest rung of the ladder on your way back up, presumably.
Yeah, it seems like it'd be more difficult for Flick because he could just leave and we could just grab onto it.
Well, I don't know about being this deep underwater. Even without Flick's thing, wouldn't it be no good?
Doesn't
Surely
Flick-
you can just jump off your back and do it or something like that.
Yeah, or Vasu could just pick him up and fly him up
Oh,
into the
so
water.
accurate.
Or we
Right.
could just ropes. There's lots of options here.
I'll start making my way down the ladder, and while we're going down, I'll get a rope out so that once we get to the bottom rung, I can just tie a rope off on it.
Yeah, but also can Flick just go a little lower?
That's also true. I'm just
He
assuming.
can move, right?
I'm just assuming. I mean, Nordo doesn't know this, I guess,
Well-
but that if we exit Flick's bubble and step into the water,
crushed to
everyone's going
death.
to get crushed to death because it's
It
deep
might
sea.
it might be a good idea, Nordo, to tie the rope on after we get back here, because otherwise it's going to be pushed away with the water since it's so long.
Yeah, it's probably a good idea.
Maybe. I mean, I don't know science.
I don't know either. I just figured if we're all going to jump off the ladder down to the ground below, we want the rope tied up before we do it.
It is
I
amazing.
can mage hand it up there if we need to, after we've jumped.
That'll work.
You can just throw me up there.
We have 9 PCs. We have something to deal with this.
Right. think our level 0 cantrips will take care of it.
I like how we're spending like 10 minutes to solve this problem. That's not even a problem. We're just like, but what if we need to get up this ladder?
Oh, this is the heart and soul of D&D, though, is inventing problems and then solving them with magic. All right. You guys kind of make your preparations and you begin to head down. Who is going to be leading the way down?
I'll go.
I'll be behind him.
All right. Nordo, as you lead the charge, kind of careful not to slip on these slick rungs, avoiding barnacles and little bits of seaweed and moss and algae or whatever is growing on them. You're the first to breach free of the kind of artificial building that this tunnel that has been created around the ladder. And as soon as you breach free, I don't know how Nordo feels about heights, but you're probably suddenly aware that you're very kind of open and exposed, maybe about 100 feet above the seafloor below. And halfway down is this crushing depth that would presumably kill you on contact. However, with your enhanced vision, you're also the first to kind of get a good lay of what you're able to see all around you. You're able to kind of look through a ridge and just get a rough sense for your bearings. You are currently on a ladder about here at this red X. You are able to kind of see over a ridge this tall stack of buildings with these bubble-like chambers around each one. And as you look it over, you can see that there are 3 floors of it with a tunnel leading into the mountainside. And you get the sense that this is where you guys were originally kind of bamfed down, is this stack right here. And though you can't see it from your current angle, you're aware that this is kind of the central area where you guys just left. This is where the 2 tunnels, one leading down into the cave and one leading down to your current location, is at. And then, looking out, give me a perception check.
Cool.
Yeah, you don't see a whole lot. But you do see, even with an 11, some ruined buildings kind of over to the west, maybe about a mile or so to the west.
Nordo glances down to see those and then quickly shuts his eyes and looks back up and says, "Oh shit, I shouldn't have looked down."
Oh, what did you see? What'd you see? I'm like trying to look around his giant body.
It's just some buildings and stuff. I'll take a better look once I get my feet on the ground.
Yeah, he's just like off the ladder and he's just like literally just on top of Nordo trying to look over his shoulder.
Do not be alarmed. We are technically.
All I heard you say we are technically, and you just cut
I
out.
missed everything.
Yeah, same.
Don't worry, we're technically
very low underground.
Also, does the water magic that Gil used make us not crushable by depths?
It makes us breathe underwater. It doesn't make us.
I only ask this because I think in Zeke's campaign we played it as it prepares your body to be in the ocean.
That'd be cool.
I was kind of generous with that ruling, but that was my ruling at the time. Was that
You were extremely generous.
Yeah.
You get the sense probably, so at its base level, probably not. It just gives the ability to breathe water. It would be reasonable to think that perhaps if you were to upcast it, it might give you some sort of additional protections against extreme depths of water. But you certainly don't think that just at its base level, as a ritual, it's going to protect you from having the pressure of 100 atmospheres on your body.
Gotcha. While I'm just shoulder surfing, do I see anything?
Yeah, you can take the second on that perception check as you pop your head out. Once you kind of encourage Nordo to go down a few more rungs so that you can take a closer look, you are able to kind of get a cleaner picture of what lies beyond. You can see that there is a group of about 4 or 5 ruined buildings, but one of them appears to be in the best shape. And among those 4 buildings, the one that is in the best shape has this very large bubble-like enclosure, probably thick glass like you've seen elsewhere. And you can see that there is light emanating from inside of that large glass bubble. The large glass bubble is much larger than the ones over in your original containment facility. They look potentially large enough to house something very large, like a boat. And you do actually see that there is something inside of it, something dark and large, something that could potentially be a ship.
Sighting. I see something over there in the bubble. Looks like it might be a ship.
Yeah. check it out. Maybe it's Leah's.
Do I notice anything else like swimming around our giant bubble? Any like aquatic life that might look like it's dangerous?
Absolutely. You can see off in the distance just very large shapes. Some of it natural sea life, some of them probably aberrations, most of them maybe the size of a medium shark. Things that are dangerous, but you guys are equipped to potentially deal with. Nothing is getting super, super curious. There's nothing within maybe 300 or 400 feet that looks dangerous. There's a handful of smaller fish and even some larger kind of like jellyfish that are strobing on by and things like that, but nothing that immediately seems aggressive to you. At least not nearby. Hey, he made it.
It's Fazoo!
He's alive.
For better or worse.
For better or worse.
How's the monitor?
That Jim. I don't know why. It's just when I restarted my computer, my main monitor just came back on, and there's a big fucking horizontal bar right down the middle. Just
Weird.
Fuck.
I wonder if it could be a GPU
Can't see
issue.
anything. I don't fucking know. No, because I unplugged the monitor itself, like from the tower, and it's still doing it. It's just the monitor just something happened.
Interesting. Hopefully it's something that takes care of itself. If not, time for some upgrades.
More upgrades that I don't have money for. Woo.
It's Christmas, I can help out. Anyway, they're continuing through the deep sea to potentially go recover a ship. Anyway, that's what you guys see.
I'll continue making my way down the ladder. When I get to the bottom, I'll
Yeah.
stick with plan A and tie a rope to the bottom so we can climb back up onto the ladder from the rope later.
Does it seem like when we're going down that there's like a door or an entrance that I can see in that dome?
With a 31 from this distance, it's still a little bit hard to tell, but you can tell that there's a lot of damage to the building. Enough that you can probably just breach through some of the damaged parts of the wall.
Oh, okay. So it's not like I thought you said some part of it's aired off, but part of it's not.
Yeah, all of the buildings appear to be damaged. That one appears to be mostly in shape, but there are a couple of corners that have kind of collapsed in. However, you're telling all of this with a very good check from about a mile away. You'd need to be a little bit closer to get a better look at it.
Gotcha. Hey, Nordo, can I ride on your shoulders?
Of course.
Thanks.
Wait.
There's also these dunes are kind of big and I can't see over them.
Yeah, not to worry. You keep an eye out and I'll do the walking. Sort of heft Ace up onto my shoulder.
I just like stand on your shoulder.
Alright. You guys eventually set down, and there is a surprising amount of give when you reach the seafloor. The kind of slick, muddy sand squelching under your feet as you guys begin to travel along. Who would... I guess Nordo and whoever else is at the front, give me a perception check.
Okie dokie.
Both of you, as you're continuing along, eventually begin to realize that you're approaching an area that is kind of just wide open. There's not a lot of coral formations or rocks or reefs or anything like that. But both of you begin to notice that there is just kind of this rippling under the sand in a few different places. And Ace, looking out carefully, you can see a tiny little pair of beady black eyes kind of looking expectantly up towards all of you as you're walking in this direction along the ocean floor. Something that appears to be either buried under the sand or pressed flat against it and camouflaged.
Gotcha. I'm assuming that like true sight doesn't say anything.
It doesn't. Yeah, no illusions or anything like that.
Hey, I see something. Kind of like tap on Nordo's shoulder, get him to stop. Is it in our path, or is it just kind of like in this area?
It seems that there are probably like 7 or 8 of these things that are just kind of spread out in a field around you. It almost gives you kind of like a minefield vibe. Like there are clearly things that have set up hiding spots around here, and you've spotted them. And actually, with a 28, after a little bit more study, you're able to kind of point one out, and the two of you can scrutinize it from a fairly safe distance. It appears to be maybe a manta ray, about 4 or 5 feet in diameter, that has just kind of pancaked itself under a very thin layer of silt at the bottom of the seafloor, It's two little eyes sticking up from the bottom of it, and it just seems to be kind of laying in wait. And you can see that there's maybe 7 or 8 more of them just scattered around in the area.
I would stop and start working on this.
You begin to kind of ritually cast your Speak with Animals. They don't really move. They lie patiently in wait. And when your ritual completes, you don't hear anything immediately. They seem to be staying quiet.
Okay, cool. I'll be right back.
Sure. What's up?
Is there anything like fun or cool around here that you could probably only find at the bottom of the sea?
Oh my God.
I'm looking for a souvenir from the bottom of the sea.
Excellent. Sure, absolutely. Right off the bat, there are like strange rock formations, most of which have some form of bizarre deep sea life that has grown attached to it, either plant life or bizarre animal life that kind of looks like it. There are lots of weird seashells down here. There's actually, as you pass by, what appears to be just kind of a rack of ivory, the skeleton of some creature that has been stripped completely clean. Aside from, you can see that kind of crawling all over it are these tiny little red dots, almost insect-like creatures, but as you look more closely, you can see that they're tiny, tiny little crabs that are just stripping the microscopic bits of meat from bone. There are, intermittently, these little sea anemone things that are flashing this bright pink and blue light intermittently. It appears to be some sort of a distress sign, and you imagine it could have something to do with suddenly being exposed to open air. But they're very pretty to look at. And then some coral formations. There's all sorts of stuff down here.
I cut out and missed all of that.
I'll grab some fun deep sea shells then. Just like a handful.
Hell yeah.
Are there corals here?
There are a handful of coral formations that you guys have, are passing by.
Do me a favor, Peg. I don't know if you so the moment you started describing these creatures that we saw hiding, my internet dropped.
Gotcha. The creatures hiding in front of you and the ones that Nordo's about to communicate with, they just look like pretty big, kind of sandy-colored manta rays that have pancaked themselves against the dirt, covered themselves in a very thin layer of it, and they're kind of just waiting patiently. It's hard to tell if they're just hiding or sleeping or setting up an ambush, but they're just kind of hiding.
Exploded. Oh, they're not in our air bubble.
These are still probably about 65 or 70 feet away.
Oh, I thought they were like in our air bubble, just hiding in the sand.
Yeah, just a little bit beyond.
As I said, I was mostly just getting that up for the sake of having it up in case I hear any chatter from them, but that takes me 10 minutes anyway if anyone has other plans.
I'm looking for seashells.
I'm actually going to use my primeval awareness, where I can communicate simple ideas with creatures and get a basic idea of how they're feeling. Kind of it took me like a minute to do it, but I can kind of do the same thing.
Yeah, you can do that while Nordo's preparing the ritual.
Yeah, I'm just gonna get an idea of like, kind of getting the vibe if these are dangerous creatures to us, and then if there are other dangerous creatures we need to be concerned about. Like, are there other bigger predators around that these things are concerned about?
Moat and Nomad, you guys can either give me a survival check or just a flat luck check while that's going on. You gather a whole bunch. You do eventually find this one kind of conical shell that's got this brilliant kind of bright green color to it. And when you begin to kind of collect it, because it's very pretty, there is a tiny little pair of legs that pops out. Just these little hermit crab legs. And it just seems to be a little bit spooked that it's been picked up, and they quickly retract into the shell.
Oh, I'll let that go. I'm not going to take anything that's going to like die up there.
As soon as you said
Looking for like, rather if they're already dead, you know?
Yeah, more like it's going to survive.
Notably, it didn't seem too terribly like immediately dead because of the air bubble. And you've actually noticed
that's fair.
that a few other creatures have survived being suddenly exposed to the air too.
Maybe this is what the fortune teller was talking about. I'll pick him back up and take him with me.
Excellent. Delightful.
The abrupt change in pressure didn't just cause them to implode.
Yeah, it's a little bizarre.
I'm assuming they hid in their shells.
The-
and it
It's his-
kept them from expanding.
It's his destiny to be with me.
You do have noticed that the octopus that you made friends with earlier too seemed to be okay. Either way, about this time everybody gets back. Ace, you kind of begin to just get a vibe check on these critters ahead of you. And because they're lying so still and just kind of reading their natural movements and the way that they're eyeballing you but then occasionally looking around at their surroundings, you get the sense that they're not necessarily afraid right now. You get the sense that they're probably lying in wait, just remaining hidden, possibly to do an ambush, but not necessarily on you guys. You get the sense that they probably couldn't take all of you on. They don't seem quite that powerful, unless they have some sort of like very possible venom, which is certainly something, you know, it's a possibility.
Or the Stingray King.
I say once I get my speak with animals up, I'll just kind of shout out a general. Hey, we don't mean any harm, just passing through. Y'all hide from anything particular.
Lunch.
All right then. We'll try not to disturb you too much.
Try not to make eye contact with us, please. It gives us away.
All right then. They'd prefer we don't make eye contact with them. They'll leave us alone if we leave them alone, seems like.
As you guys kind of press forward a little bit, you do notice that 2 or 3 of them either spooked or just kind of disgruntled that they've been approached by something that they can't eat. They do kind of suddenly flap out, kicking up a cloud of dust, which immediately settles down once it's breached through the air bubble, and begin to swim off in a new direction, eventually kind of landing maybe 90 to 100 feet away. Some of them stay where they are. They pretend that they have not been spotted, but none of them really aggress you. And you're eventually able to kind of slip through this minefield of stingrays, and over towards the bottom of what is kind of a sloping hill up to where you saw all of these buildings. Notably, it is kind of just a pretty steep, slick rock surface. And if you're just going to try to climb up, I will need athletics checks.
While he was getting that up, I was going to do a primary awareness to get a sense for humanoids and aberrations in our area.
Right. You throw out another ping, and you do get the sense that there are aberrations aplenty all around you in all directions. With a couple of repeated pings and some triangulation and some connection with nature, you're able to sense that there are 6 within a mile of you, and at least, let's see, 3 of those are in the direction that you're heading. 2 are pretty far to your northeast, and 1 is pretty far to your south. Nomad, what's up?
I'm just keeping an eye out for, like, while we're in the bubble and walking around, any black coral?
Sure. Give me...
They usually grow deep sea.
Yeah, is this a thing? Okay, let me go look this shit up. Nearly a location and depth. No brackish waters. Cool. Yeah, go and give me a luck check. Or a survival check to kind of like try to guess where they would be most likely to have formed.
Here's a luck. I don't know if I've gone enough. Like, how much do I know about coral? Is that nature?
That'd be a nature check.
I could try a nature check. I'm like,
Yeah, it's bizarre.
I only see them in the in the shores.
Yeah, so you've spent a lot of time in the Underdark, and a lot of that time was even spent underwater. But coral tends to grow more prevalently in the deep ocean, which is just not where you've spent a whole lot of your time, even though it's kind of a similar environment. You're aware
I
of...
also never really cared about coral until I saw coral jewelry.
Exactly, and jewelry isn't something that normally
Upside.
like appeals to mind flayers in the first place, so it's just never really been...
They have no minds, you see.
Exactly, you can't eat them. So yeah, you're not a super big expert on it, and you look around and you definitely do see coral, but you don't specifically see any black coral in this area.
Can I have
Corals
just like the regular? The coral down there is different. They're a lot softer. So I'm like, the black coral specifically.
Yeah. You're able to collect just a little bit of other natural coral if you'd like. Just some
I think
pinks
some
around.
of them, if you take them out of the water long enough, they eventually stiffen and can be worked. But
Oh yeah, it dies. It dies for sure.
yeah,
Some of it does kind of lose its color and brilliance unless you know how to work it really well.
yeah.
But you're
That's
good.
the problem. I don't know how to work coral yet. Well,
some-
I could learn.
Agency.
Sorry, while we're still like investigating this area, does any of this look like ore that I might be able to like gather up and send home that maybe is not super rare, but rare for like Balmoral territory?
Interesting. You could give me like either a nature check or a mining check or a smithing check of some sort.
While he's looking
Nope,
for
that
it,
makes a lot of sense.
Do I hear a hermit crab screaming in agony in his bag?
You don't hear the hermit crab screaming in agony, but you do every time Nomad kind of snaps off a piece of coral. You hear 1,000 tiny voices cry out in terror, but only briefly.
Wrong to kill Kuatoa that are out there sacrificing children. Y'all just murdering animals for sport down here.
With that said, it's on
What
par with
coral?
like mowing the lawn with Speak with Animal or Speak with Plants on. I don't know. I'm not going to draw this moral line. You guys can do it yourself.
Nordo's already drawn that moral line. Whenever we
Well,
get
then I
to
have no clue what we're doing.
Accurate.
While they're doing that, I get interested, and can I look around for something, anything shiny?
You can. Notably, real quick before we move on, even with a 6 moat, you do find like deep sea sand. That's a thing that you can't get up top, so you could gather up like a bunch of sand if you wanted.
Do you guys see how much fucking sand is down here? Holy shit. I'll start gathering up some sand.
Perfect.
But we have sand upstairs.
We don't have this sand. I keep gathering.
Is there a difference between deep sea sand?
I
and
assume
regular-
there has to
Yeah,
be,
it's
right?
wet.
Yeah,
There has to, right? Yeah.
I assume there's
I'm not
probably
sure.
some difference.
I'm sure there's different minerals in it.
I imagine it's more bone.
How much sand do I gather?
Enough. It's
As-
like so easy
I mean,
to
as
get
much
done.
as you want. Yeah, there's
Okay,
plenty
okay.
of it. God, I'm realizing now that I've committed to this. I did not do nearly enough research on the deep sea and what's down there.
I have learned from Lance that most of the stuff down there isn't sand, it's deep sea snow.
Deep sea snow.
I have marine snow. Sorry, I have no fucking clue what that is.
I'm intrigued. We'll ask Lance to tell us everything about this later.
He seems to know a lot about the undersea.
Whenever we get to the point of starting to try to climb this surface, I will do some ritual chanting and just repeatedly do this. To the extent that turning it from difficult terrain to normal terrain is helpful.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, as you're able to kind of channel some of this magic, you're able to take some of these rock formations, and the first thing you're able to do is kind of slough off this deep sea slime that is just gathered all over it, and to turn it into sort of like almost like a pool, like the bottom of a pool has that textured, almost sandy feel to it. I'm just adding a lot of grip to the surface to make it a lot easier to hold on to and less slimy and slick. And then you're also able to kind of like carve little grooves in places that are decent handhold. It'll definitely, it'll give everyone an advantage on their climb checks and probably also lower the DC significantly.
Terrific.
I also take an arrow with the piece of rope on it and shoot it to the top.
Easy enough. It does,
If we have 2 monks earthbend it, can we just make it into a staircase?
do you also have mold earth?
Of course I fucking do.
Then the two of you,
4 elements monk. I'm the avatar, baby.
the two of you give me a wisdom check. Each of you give me a wisdom check.
Well, if
Mine's
they're
gonna be
if they're
so
doing
much
this, I'm not
better.
going to help.
Motherfuck.
Vasu, as you begin to work with him, there's suddenly, and perhaps surprisingly, this very strong connection that begins to resonate between the two of you. And you can almost feel where Nordo is beginning to falter, and where his connection to the elements around him is just very, very primitive and weak. There's no sense mincing words. It seems like he's just barely kind of beginning to make this grasp of this connection to the elements of nature. And you're able to kind of make a surprisingly strong connection, one that you wouldn't expect with somebody that you've not spent a tremendous amount of time connecting with on a key level. And as you begin to kind of move your hands, you watch as his hands, almost unaware, begin to mimic some of your patterns. And then you begin to feel this tug, and then all at once your palms kind of shoot forward, and so do his. And as they do, there is a rumble and a snap and a cloud of dust that kicks up from these. And the two of you kind of look as a very neat, clean, almost like smooth carved staircase is formed into the side of this rock.
Nordo and Vasu, I imagine, look at each other at the same moment, and they both say, "Nice."
Yeah, absolutely. Bro, did you feel that? I feel like we just tugged at each other.
Oh no.
I've never done that with anybody before.
Just dock our key.
Christ. You know what you should do? You should get some crystals to, like, sort of help.
Some JO crystals.
Yeah, sort of facilitate this sort of thing.
I've got
More like
plenty of still
J-Bro.
stones.
No, really,
Also, I hope that this staircase is permanent because we just made a cryptid.
Uh,
What the fuck is this staircase doing at the bottom of the ocean?
right. Someone 1,000 years from now is gonna. Our next characters in C3 are gonna find this staircase and have no idea what's
Why
going
is
on.
there a staircase?
I love it.
Yeah,
We're gonna spend hours trying to figure out what the staircase is.
Ace goes over and just carves in a random symbol into the side. Or confusion.
excellent.
I've been informed that marine snow is basically dandruff. It's flakes of dead things and poop.
Okay, that makes sense.
Gross.
I mean, that's basically what dirt is, too. It's just...
Yeah.
It's basically what all life is:
Dirt and poop?
flakes of dead things and poop.
And poop.
Accurate.
Everything poops.
Everything poops.
You guys finish this staircase, and it makes it a whole lot easier for everybody to climb up. No checks required at all. It's just kind of a smooth flight up. And when you get to the top, you realize that there are a lot of other structures up here, man-made things, including stone-carved stairs leading up to the front exits or front entrances of these buildings that appear to be very, very long decayed for the most part.
Do the stairs match?
They are not identical, no. But your stairs don't necessarily look super out of place, other than the fact that they're cleaner and newer. I guess what I'm getting at is it would only be as cryptid as the rest of the other man-made shit that was already 40 feet away
Right.
from the stairs. However, you do see that most of the buildings have been basically reduced to their foundations and little bits of stone wall that stick up around their edges. But one of them appears to be in slightly better shape. And that is the one that does have the glass dome. And you can see that there is light emitting from what presumably is more of that weird goo in the bottom. It has the exact same color. And you can see that this small building, probably big enough for 1 or 2 rooms, does have one of its corners kind of like caved in. It is not illuminated. But let me just pull you over to a map so you can get a better look at the environment.
Combat. I don't have enough rage points for combat.
I don't have like any mana,
You have arrows, that's important.
but I have arrows, so yeah, you're right. You're right.
You're just gonna be down your hunter's mark, right?
I think I still have it up for now. I don't think so, actually. I don't think I have it anymore.
Yeah, it probably took us a while to do that mile-long walk and search for sand and hermit crabs and make a staircase.
Yeah, like
True.
mile long through pretty difficult terrain. Actually, do you help your entire party through difficult terrain?
Yeah. All right, we are. My party is not impeded by difficult terrain when traveling.
Then it's probably been 25-30 minutes since you went down that ladder. I don't remember when you cast Hunter's Mark. It's probably
Yeah,
still
I
been a
don't
while.
remember if it was during the octopus or if it was during the fight before that. But I'm just gonna say I'm gonna say that I don't have it, just to be safe.
Legit.
Are the crushing deaths difficult terrain? Does that mean we just ignore crushing damage?
No, that goes a little beyond the scope of difficult terrain.
I'd say it's pretty difficult.
As you breach up to the top, however, you're able to see through most of this giant glass dome enclosure, and you do see that sitting in the middle of it, in seemingly decent shape, although stripped of its balloon, is a ship, a large black ship.
Is that yours, Leah?
Yeah, that's it. I doubt it'll fly very well without a balloon, but we should at least be able to strip what we need from it, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if we'll be able to get it out of the ocean anyway, but as long as we get the parts, that's
Oh,
what
we
need.
just need big coral, not any of these thin, wispy stuff. I don't
Well-
think we can.
Well, if this got here, there must be another. We should probably be very wary
This
of what's in here.
Yeah, this is where all the treasures must be. So let's start investigating every nook and cranny.
Well,
Uh,
let's
what
take
is
it
the-
slow too. It could be all
Also,
kinds
I
of stuff.
imagine we've healed Toto up to full by now. With our mending, like 3 people with mending.
What is the lighting here?
Extra
There
bright.
is so everything in here is going to be bright. I'm going to say that it probably sheds about 20/20 of bright in all directions, so it'd be this much bright and then this much dim beyond
What
that.
is shedding the light?
It seems to be the goo at the bottom of this glass enclosure.
What is that goo? Can I examine the goo?
You can, if you want to get up close to it.
I'll wait
For-
for everyone else to.
From a distance, it appears to be the same stuff that was in the chambers where you guys were initially placed.
Ah,
Gotcha.
Same color,
Um,
same light, same everything.
Is there air in here?
You have a 60-foot bubble of air around Flick, and it does seem that there is air in this chamber, yes.
All right.
oh,
in
it's
here.
possible they're
Um,
dissolving these.
This looks like it has been destroyed and would have been filled with water if it wasn't for the bubble of air provided by Flick right now.
And this doesn't look recent.
It doesn't. It looks to be old, ancient, kind of crumbled ruins.
Gotcha. I guess we'll kind of. So it's dark in here, though, right?
It
'Cause
is, yep.
All right. I'll kind of sneak over here and take a peek.
All right, well, you're heading that direction, but what's up?
As we approach, don't know why I didn't think about this before, but I'd like to take out my Torch of the Dead Ember and see what I can see.
Excellent. You kind of hold that aloft, waiting to see if anything lights up, anything that has been kind of sanctified by a powerful elemental. And
I think it's
nothing,
mostly aberrations down here, but
nothing immediately lights up, but you can kind of hold on to it and see if anything pops up eventually.
yeah, I'll keep it out.
All right, Nordo.
I just want to look around, kind of on the ground around, and at the walls and the floors of this building, and look for signs of what sorts of creatures live down here. Specifically, having just fought a giant crab and a giant octopus, do I see signs of any other giant, horrible sea monsters down here?
Sure, you can give me either perception or survival.
I am just rolling really great tonight.
It's kind of open, sandy. You can see, actually, even with an 11, there are some indications that there probably used to be cobblestone paving down here. You see lots of stretches of smooth stone that has been worn down through countless hundreds of years into just kind of this smooth, flat surface that is covered over with sand. But still, signs that there was probably some sort of artificial structure or road or pavement at some point. You do see, basic signs of very small life. You see that fish are kind of escaping this building ahead of you as the wall of water leaves and swimming off. But no obvious signs of big threat or danger.
Okay. On the off chance that any little critters don't get it back to the water in time and are like flopping around dying, I'll pick them up and toss them back out into the water.
Excellent.
But aside from that, I'll kind of just follow Ace
All right.
at a bit of a distance since he's stealthier.
All right, and then Nomad.
Oh, I just like to spend 1 spell slot to give myself light, just in case.
Sounds good.
Because that should have run out by now. And just in
Oh.
preparation for anything that might happen.
Killing my stealth, my dude.
For what? It doesn't. It's not a spell or anything.
Oh, I thought you were
I just-
casting light.
No, I
Flight.
light.
Flight. I heard light.
I do not need light to see, brother.
Sorry.
Ace, you said you're kind of sneaking your way in, trying to poke your head in?
Yeah, and I'm looking to see if there's anything in here, and possibly if there's any signs of aberration activity.
Go ahead and give me a perception check and a stealth check. Woo!
30-30.
Finally, some good rolls. Thank you, Ace. You broke a curse.
Right. As you begin to look through with your true sight and your enhanced dark vision and your extra special eyes made for just this sort of thing, most of what you find is empty stone building. You can see rotting bits of biomass that probably at one point could have been furniture but has been reduced to just its core raw materials, consumed by creatures and then grown over with coral over who knows how much time. You can see there's a hallway that leads down here, which has more of the same. You can see from here just a little bit of the dim light from the field, indicating that there's probably an opening on the backside or some sort of a hole where the wall has been crushed in. From there, you can see a little bit into here, where there is a heavy metal door deeper in that appears to be closed, and it has a pretty large, hefty kind of handle locking mechanism on it. However, with your 30, you do hear just a little bit of kind of a grainy rumbling. Rumbling makes it sound too big. Kind of a grainy sifting sound, like something moving through sand or dirt. And it seems to be coming from up north.
Do I kind of tell roughly how far?
Probably near the entrance to the building, where that wall has been collapsed.
Gotcha. And do I see any signs of like aberration activity?
Nothing. I mean, you see signs of life. You see droppings. You see food that has been eaten or stripped to the bone. Nothing that really feels strictly aberration specific, I guess.
Gotcha. I'll kind of hug this wall, make eye contact with. Probably the only person who can see me is probably Moat. Just like motion the general that way direction. And then just put my hands up and go like, grrr.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I stepped away for a second. What's going on?
I make eye contact with you, point around this wall, put my hands up like a bear and go grrr. Like make a grrr face.
I approach.
I grab your side. I grab you and just like pull you. Well, I can't really. You're too heavy. But I
You want me
tug
to
you.
fuck with the bear or not?
I was just telling you that I heard something over there. I was trying to be sneaky about it. Hence the not talking.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll just back up then. I think we could probably take it though. Do we need to be sneaky?
Yeah.
Well, that okay. I'll let the sneaky people do that then.
Actually, hey Nordo,
PLA Lord.
do you hear any animals that way? And I point at the door. I heard something sifting.
This way, you said?
Yeah, don't walk over there though.
I think we could take it. I think
But
he's
like,
being
do you
too
hear
cautious.
anything?
I'll,
Oh my god.
I'll try to listen as well. It'll take me a natural 20 to match his perception check, but I'll try.
Sure, give me a perception check.
Oh, almost got it.
That's still pretty good. When he points it out to you, you're able to hear the same noise. You only hear kind of the tail end of it, but it sounds like just kind of this silty, grainy sound, like something trying to either burrow or move around across or slither through the sand, something like that. And it seems to be coming from up north around the building.
I don't currently have Speak with Animals up, but does it sound like a beast sort of sound, or more like, or is it, can I tell at all?
It doesn't sound like distinct footsteps, at least. It feels more like slithering. It's kind of this constant stream of noise. You imagine it's probably not like a humanoid moving around out there, at least.
Do you still have to speak with animals up?
I don't. I can work on it, but it'll take a little while.
Oh, I thought you still had it up. That's why I mentioned it.
Yeah.
You had it up like right before you went up the stairs anyway. You probably still have a few minutes on it.
Okay.
You don't. You've heard from some of the fish, like, oh no, what is this weird wall? Let's get away from it quick, as they all kind of scattered as Flick approached. You haven't heard anything from that direction, though.
Okay. I wasn't able to understand what the big old octopus or crab were saying neither, on account of they weren't really animals. But well, hold on a second. I'll go grab one of the random fish that was falling down. So hey, is there something what digs around under the ground or slithers around here?
Oh, all the time. The mantis, the eels, the big worms. There's lots of things. These sands are dangerous. Can't go too quick. Can't go too slow. Gotta find just the right speed, just the right height.
I understand.
Let me
It's
try
either
something.
A manta or an eel or I forget the other thing you said. Snake.
Well, we can't know until we investigate. Let's just go for it.
Let me try this. I just in deep speech go, Ho, brother. Who are you?
There's no response.
That's just rude.
I hate to say it, but I think I'm inclined to agree with Moat here. I press on if that ooze in there is melting down Leah's ship while we're talking.
Yeah, we'll just ignore it until it busts down that dome and attacks us.
I'm going to walk around to that side of the building and kind of see if I can see what's making the sound.
All right. 27. Okay, let's see.
Let's ignore it. Walks directly over to it.
I didn't say to ignore it. I just said just go check it out.
As you get around, you are almost immediately kind of greeted by a lump that stands out. It's a little conspicuous to you. But instead of two tiny little beady black eyes poking out from under the water, there are 6 large red blank eyes that kind of poke up almost like a spider's eyes from under a little mound of sand. And as soon as it makes eye contact with you, there is a flurry of dust and something kicks up out of the sand, letting out this kind of shrieking roar that probably feels strained and stressed because it's not underwater, as something large lashes towards you.
Is it a sea spider?
Initiative.
Sea spider.
Sea spiders are really
I hate it
horrifying.
already.
Because this map is actually kind of large, could we have Aura click?
Yeah, that's a good call. And I'll go and move him kind of like towards the center for now, too.
Stormolther. The fuck is that word?
I think it's
Now-
just rendering poorly. It's Storm
Oh,
Slither.
Storm Slitherer. I see it now. Okay, I'm just retarded.
See,
I don't think I can say that on Twitch. Sorry, everyone.
Slither. A ghastly, abyssal, storm slitherer.
Abysmal. Abyssal. Abysmal?
Yeah.
Down,
Abyssal.
you can hear this shrieking roar, but as soon as you hear that, you can also hear the sounds of another creature beginning to emerge in tandem from over around this side of the building, as it also totally fails its ambush.
They're helpless now, right? They're just flopping on the ground, unable to breathe.
They seem pretty mobile still. Alright, let's see. Let me roll these.
What is bone washed? What does that adjective mean?
Neither.
Bone washed?
Bone washed.
Yeah, bone washed, abyssal, storm slitherer. Does that mean like it's white?
You
What?
do see that both of these just appear to be kind of this ghostly white color. They are these large, kind of eel-like creatures with these long jaws that extend way past where you would expect their jawline to. And as this one opened its mouth to kind of shriek at you, you see that its jaws seem to almost unhinge and then shoot out like fuck, what are those robot oh my
Rock'em
god,
Sock'em?
yeah, Rock'em Sock'em robot dude. It almost like kicks forward like it's on a hinged kind of extending piston.
Oh,
and
like
begins to
goblin
kind of-
sharks.
Yeah, kind of like goblin sharks, exactly.
Oh god, it's like a smack 'em, hack 'em android.
Rock'em Sock'em Mealbots, exact. But Vasu, you're the first to react as 2 of these things begin screeching and making their way over towards you. I'm sure you've
But,
seen that image of the goblin shark biting. It's fucking terrible.
Yeah, the gif
Yup.
of it like extending its jaw to bite like a something or other. Yeah, I don't like it. There it is. Thanks, Nomad.
Perfect.
Oh, that's
Good.
not the one, but it's worse.
It's worse. That's actually
Thumbs
worse
up.
than the one I was thinking of.
I think it's more
God.
silly than gross.
Eat.
I
Just
want-
imagine them kissing.
Anywho,
Anyway,
no,
Vasu.
thanks. Anywho, I'm gonna swim, fly up, and punch a shark eel thing.
Good.
Oh my goodness. 28 slams in for 18 points of magical piercing and fire. All of which seems effective.
I'm just gonna keep wailing on it.
22 is good for another 16.
Give me a con save.
I don't want to.
Do it. Also, I know I fell asleep at the end of the last session. Did we happen to get a short rest?
Negative.
Oh,
Okay. Anywho, it's stunned.
God damn
you
it.
got a rest at least.
Haha, it did.
Hey.
Alright, you see this thing immediately
It's
kind of
stunned,
go
which
blank.
means... Yeah, it's stunned, which means I have advantage on this weapon attack that I can make as a bonus action because I spent a key point. I love being a
Yeah,
monk.
church.
Woo! 29
But
for
no,
another 8.
Not disregard that. Hang on. I just said I was gonna do a weapon attack instead.
Nope,
I was
just
gonna
kidding.
say you rolled the wrong thing.
If it hits, let me just roll the weapon damage. Yeah, I did the wrong thing.
There we
so
go.
there's that instead.
Plus 8 minus 12. They're not resistant to fire at all, yeah?
This seems to be fully effective on him.
Oh, thank goodness.
And then add 5 bludgeoning damage from my genie shit.
Excellent.
Bludgeoning damage stuff. Beryl just kind of like punches a fist out like Bayonetta stuff.
Hell yeah. Except not
It's like,
hair,
take
because that's
that.
gross.
Yeah. It's like maybe feathers, but that's also kind of gross, so maybe he just kind of does it.
Just not body parts, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it could be made of feathers. The feathers just don't like strip off of Vasu every time and then
You
come
can pretend
back.
you're
It's,
sand bending.
Ooh, that'd be cool.
Yeah, there's lots of this. Sorry, that'd be
Yeah, I
shit
like that.
bending. Forgot we're underwater.
It's bludgeoning. It's my turn, and even though it's stunned, I don't want to be right next to it, so I'm gonna fuck off over here. And be
That's
like,
fine.
oh hey, there's another one over there, but it's kind of slow now. By kind of slow, I mean I punched it so hard that it locked up like a bitch.
Alright, at the end of your turn... does anyone have a passive perception?
reaction?
Does anyone have a passive perception of 22?
Yes.
Oh gee.
Shit, really?
23.
Oh, you're inside. Thank God. Anybody outside have one?
Passive perception? No, 16.
Delightful.
20.
It's 14.
20?
Let me
Alright.
check shoes real quick.
Nordo's so close!
Right.
32.
32.
Nah, shoes is 13.
Alright,
It
excellent.
gets advantage on checks though, if that helps.
Makes it 18.
The plus 5, yeah, 18.
But that's specifically on checks, and he's probably just been like hiding under my hood this whole time, as he usually does. Either way, it's not going to make a difference.
Alright. Then, in that case, what you guys do see, what Nordo especially sees, is that the ghastly one digs down into the sand and the silt and begins to kind of burrow his way kind of right up to you, and then it reemerges right in front of your face. But that's all. Ace, you're up.
Ahaza. That actually helps me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then I can just shoot him. He doesn't count as him doing anything, like acting though, right?
Yeah, correct.
Is it an aberration?
It is. Woo! 24 slams in for a grand total of 32 points of piercing damage. Following up with another 13. And then a 14 to cap things off.
And then, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I'll just.
You see this extending
back
jaw begin to unhinge and lash towards Nordo's throat. You fire off 3 shots back to back and kind of smack him right in the teeth. A couple of them fly free and he reels back in pain. Nomad.
I told you.
So, seeing a bunch of these eels around, like, which ones can I see?
You know that this one's over here because you heard it and it shrieked, and also Vasu told you it's there. But there is technically this little tunnel that has not collapsed yet, blocking your view. But you can definitely see the one up by Nordo.
Cool. I'm going to kind of hover my way over to Gale, and I'm just gonna say, Gale, may I cast a spell on you?
Sure.
He just taps a talon on Gale's forehead, and this glowing purple sigil appears on it, and just everything slows down for you.
Cat with flower.
Just cat with flower. This is just haste.
Okay.
Ooh,
That's my turn.
Delightful.
excellent. After your turn at initiative 19, let me go and add this guy. Oh, I almost rolled red anyway. Another creature bursts up out of the sand right behind Nordo.
Burrow.
I quite dislike it.
I'm in danger.
Oh God, there's
Um,
another one.
immediately, the jaws unhinge and they go for your right arm. 26 for 25.
Oh no,
Oh,
he's not raging.
To my credit, I couldn't have been this time yet.
Yeah, you haven't, because it isn't your turn. That's fair.
as soon as it bites in, it begins to pull its entire body around you and try to wrap around and constrict you. 14.
14 misses.
As it does, you see these 7 bright cyan dots along each of its sides begin to illuminate, and then lightning begins to arc between each of them and around you. And you're just able to kind of kick off the wall and flip over it before it can get a good grip around your ankles. And then you see, as soon as it misses its attack, it begins to almost kind of lay flat against the ground again. But this time, instead of burrowing, it just kind of vibrates its tail almost like a rattlesnake until the entire tail begins to stick under the ground. And you feel kind of this just static electricity begin to build up around you, like rubbing a balloon or something like that. But nothing happens. At least not right away.
Cool.
And now it's Gale's turn.
Okay. I got a lot to do now. So, first of all, I'm gonna, Toto is gonna run over here. Or actually, before that, I'm going to use the hasted action to shoot Vasu.
Oh,
But
right.
why?
That shoot.
Can give him the good shoot.
The good shoot.
Then I'm going to come over here with Toto, and I'm going to shoot the pallid one with my bad shoot.
With the bad shoot.
Oh, boy. Oh, my God. Both slam in for a grand total of 30 points of piercing damage. You can see the
That's
lightning
fine.
immediately begins to fizzle out as the bullet catches it off guard.
Then I'm going to use my bonus action to give Toto my gun, and Toto's going to use his action to good shoot Nordo.
X. Oh, my God.
Oh, good shoot for me too, you say.
Oh boy.
How delightful.
Because, as it turns out, I can use my hasted action to use that weapon because it is not casting a spell.
Holy shit.
It is producing a spell-like effect.
That is terribly exciting.
That gets me wet.
That's
Mostly
me.
because we're underwater.
That too. Alright, that brings us to Ghastly. Alright.
Is that flick? Do we have a flick?
Do we have a flick?
Yeah, hell,
Ooh, you're in time. Excellent.
I always forget that Ghastly's like an adjective and not just a Pokemon.
I was about to say the same. Like I expected to just come up. They're like, it's Ghastly students. Like Ghastly.
Put it all the way, and
And
I'm
hit us with like a shadow ball.
Pokemon now, and
That's a thing, right?
not a Pokemon.
Oh, Nordo, give me a con save.
I'd really, really
Okay.
rather not. Ooh,
Delight.
good roll.
Perfect. All right, cool. Ooh, there's multiple targets now. Let's go ahead and burrow, slither over to the bottom side so we can deal with multiple threats. The first thing it's going to do is it's going to lash out and it is going to try to bite Gale.
+2 AC. Oh, that's still fucking hits.
Yeah, that'll do.
Second, it is going to try to constrict Nordo. 23?
23 hits.
Alright, this thing
Gosh.
wraps around your hip. You take 30 points of bludgeoning and lightning damage. Let me know if you have resistance to either one, or if it
Do
matters.
not.
And you are grappled and restrained.
You didn't happen to take that potion we found, did you?
Did not. Probably should have, in retrospect.
I say I definitely took mine. I remember saying it. I got one, right?
Yeah, I think everyone.
I
I think
was gonna-
decided
yeah.
it was going to be just Nomad and somebody else. Nomad and Ace maybe weren't going to get them.
I was hoping to save it for a boss fight, but I took it as soon as I got it.
I mean, that sounds like a moat thing to do.
It sure
It
does
does.
sound like a moat thing to do.
Alright, that brings us to Nordo.
Okay. Well, not in the best situation right now. It's an action to break out of this.
Yeah, you're currently restrained.
I think I don't really want to bother with that though. I think I just want to start swinging on account of I'm real big, and if I just kill it, then it can't grapple me anymore. So I'm going to attack. I'm going to attack recklessly to overcome the grapple
Alright.
or the restraint. One is grappling me. Is that Pallid?
It is the south one, actually. It's Ghastly.
Okay, Ghastly it is.
Uh, 26 slams in for 12, and it needs a strength save. Makes it.
Alright. Next attack.
18 is good for another 13.
Another strength save.
This time he is restrained as coral grows up and around it.
Beautiful. Okay, that's my action. I don't have movement. I will spend my bonus action. I think I better do a flurry of blows. Actually, let's throw a con save on that first or on that second hit there.
Yeah.
Run and strike.
There we go, finally.
Ooh, boy. Won't try that again. Now I'll spend a. Actually, I better save some key. I'll just do a bonus action. Can I do the weapon attack, or do I have to spend key for that? I don't remember how this works. Let me find it. If you spend a key point as part of your action, you can make an attack with a. Okay, cool. No key point. Cool. So another axe attack. For more sweet, sweet bleeds.
This time with advantage because of restraint.
I have disadvantage because I'm restrained.
Gotcha. 17 is still just enough for 10 points, and another bleed.
Cool, so it's got 3 stacks of bleed. We are both restrained, tussling around with each other, and that is the end of my turn.
Alright.
Oh wait, it needs to take enlarge damage.
Oh, right. There we go. That brings us to Flick.
Oh yeah, can they restrain a large creature?
It seems like they can.
Oh boy, are they huge?
They appear to be large. They're taking up 3 cells.
They're gonna give me so much skin, guys.
Oh man, is this circle the circle of if you get out of this, you die?
Yep.
Seems to be.
Well, maybe I won't move then.
It's okay, we're fine as long as no one
Also-
drags us out.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Also,
worried
this
about.
one's stunned by Vasu.
Okay, that helps. That makes me feel better. Okay, I haven't done this in a long time.
Woo!
So
It is
activate the
dark over here.
bonus. How convenient. Do I really not have a... I'll take the thunder damage out of this because I don't have a way to cast this at the same time, but yeah, let's do this.
Cool.
Okay, which one's the D8? Okay, so -7 from that first one, unfortunately.
Still, holy shit. 36 minus 7, that's 29 points of damage.
And then... Oh cool, the other one I only rolled a 1 on, so it's still 20 more.
Nice, holy fuck. Total of 57 points. This thing you can see has almost been entirely gutted. Tied down, bleeding out rapidly. And you take advantage of the fact that it's restrained and just draw this huge slice all the way down its side, splitting open several of these electric circles. And you can say they rapidly begin to ice over from your dagger. Oh wait, it's the Shadow Blade. Ooh!
Yeah.
Well, all that without the ice.
Okay. That's me.
Imaginary eyes.
That'll bring us to Moat.
All right. Hold on. Let's see here. Pew, pew, pew. Okay, I will step out right here. Then I will use the rest of my movement. Boy, that's difficult terrain. Hold on, let me do math. Okay, tight. So I should be able to get right here without leaving either of their melee range and with the difficult terrain.
Looks like it.
And I will start swinging on Pallid.
Alright.
He's not restrained or anything, is he just normal?
Just
He
normal,
is
yep.
restrained.
Paladin
Oh,
He
he
is
is
Pallid. Pallid, you're right.
Pallid, yeah.
14.
Terrible.
No good, unfortunately.
Second attack.
23, I'll do it for 12 points.
And
Smite,
boy, this
you son of a bitch.
this my mana's not super great right now, and there's gotta be a boss coming. But anyway, what I was gonna ask, does it look like
This
this
is
might
the
be too
boss.
much? Does it look like Pallid's getting ready to just fuck Nordo's life up?
What you can tell as you get close is that there is just kind of this arcing energy over especially the metal surfaces of your armor. It seems that it's giving off some sort of an electric field. It's like, you know, static electricity, wearing a wool sweater in the winter or whatever. You recognize the feeling. But it doesn't look like he's, like, charging an attack. It looks like something that is ongoing, something that he's producing around himself.
Okay. Okay, I will spend some sorcery points and I will do a flame blade then.
Alright.
And I will
19
smite
hits.
on that one, assuming it hits.
My goodness, 19 slams in, 24 on the primary target. The fire leaps over to the secondary one, and that is enough to toast it up. Ghastly.
Well, that was on Nordo, the secondary one, but
Oh, okay.
Enough to toast it up, like you said.
Toast it up.
and then
Some of the fire does
smite.
leap over and toast up Nordo's axe, though.
Hell yes.
All right, and that is movement, bonus, and action. I'm good.
Alright, that brings us to Elise. She's gonna Tabaxi Dash to get up to Nordo so she can not die him. Here, don't die.
Oh, I'm gonna really regret using my reaction when I could have used it for Elise on life. But I'll take 21 points. Appreciate.
And that'll be hurt, which brings us over to Bonewashed, who is stunned. Get some rebound points, and that brings us to the top of
Sucks,
the new
doesn't it?
round. Sure does. Vasu, first act.
Ooh, love to see it. Love to see it. So one over there is already dead. I'm still gonna fly over here and pick on this stunned guy for a little bit. I'm gonna have. Actually, let me see something. Okay, so I'm gonna attack it first.
$29 is good for 13. 26 follows up for another 16 on top of that.
That's the
Oh, excellent. Another 6 for that. And you hear a horrible
extra
crunch after that
damage from
second hit.
being embiggened. Slap on another 5 from a Bayonetta fist. How's it looking?
Bad, and after that second hit especially, you can see 2 of the circles on his left side just begin to spark and fizzle and kind of almost burst at the skin. It looks like it's in bad shape. It's starting to get injured. Uh, 19 does hit for another 7 on top of that.
Gonna leap out from under my hood, wings extended, and beak, all angry like, and it's gonna do this. I think that hits.
It sure does. 6 points of piercing damage too.
I do not expect it to fail this con save, but we'll see. Is Shu embiggened
I don't think Shu is also embiggened, but correct me if I'm wrong.
I mean, he was under my hood, so I think I was technically wearing him.
Pretty sure.
He does make his con save. Alright.
Okay.
Anything else?
I'm gonna pat Shu proudly on his little head, and then I'm also gonna pick him up and stuff him back in my pocket, and then fly back over this way.
Alright.
Because I don't want Shu to be right next to this thing when it stops being stunned.
Perfect.
I'm like, hey, no, Matt, he's still over there, and he's still. Oh, never mind. Because as soon as my turn ends, he's not stunned anymore.
Alright, at the end of your turn, you're correct. He is not stunned anymore, and he will gladly immediately spend. Actually, he'll just start with a legendary action.
Oh, he has those?
It seems so. You watch as soon as he kind of shakes his head and gets free, he is going to burrow and glide. Can't go under that. It's a shame. He's only able to get to there. However,
Oh, there you are.
Pallet is going to do the same thing. Nordo and Moat, you do get attacks of opportunity, and they are at disadvantage as he burrow glides to...
I've already used my reaction. I didn't.
there and then
Aw.
reemerges. 14, unfortunately, no good. Alright, that brings us to Gale.
God, I wish I had Tunnel Fighter.
I'm gonna bad shoot Pallid.
Not the one. Sentinel isn't the one that lets you, like,
28.
attack when they come into your range, right?
No, that's Tunnel Fighter. 21 and 28, both good for 32 points
Oh,
of
there's
damage.
also a crit. The first one.
Oh shit! Oh my
It's
god.
3 attacks.
It's 3 attacks. Jesus Christ.
Good shit.
Oh shit. Okay, 22, 16, and 16. He looks real shitty all of a sudden.
Holy heck, Gil.
Just like whack-a-mole. As soon as his head emerges, there's this resounding
No,
crack.
no.
Oh my god, calm down. Toto pounces like an Arctic fox jumping into the snow, and basically just slams his head back down against the corner of the cement floor for another 13 points of force damage. His jaw is cracked and begins to kind of hang loose.
Yeah, I don't hit a lot, but I have very consistent damage.
Holy shit.
That third hit goes
Two-
real good.
6 plus 9 tends to work out pretty well.
Yeah. Alright. Anything else, Gil?
I think that is it. That was my action, hasted action, bonus action, and my movement. So
Fuck.
It's-
Shit, I'm just now realizing that these are all listed as ghastly on initiative. What the
Yeah,
hell?
I didn't know which one's which.
Okay, wait, no. If I hover over them all, it does the same one too. Okay, I'm gonna do this real
Yep.
quick. Okay, bottom to top. That means that next is Ace, but at the end of Gale's turn, Bonewash is going to use a rebound point to take his turn. Alright, the first thing that he's going to do is he's going to slither on over right up next to Vasu and Nomad.
No, you're not.
I dislike this thing you're doing right now.
The next thing he's going to do is he's going to try to bite Nomad. 22 for 23.
Shield, and it misses.
Son of a bitch. And then he's going to try to wrap a tail around Vasu because he knows deep down inside Vasu is afraid of snakes.
No. I'm gonna cut you off right there because before it does, I'm gonna use my sentinel reaction to attack it because it attacked Nomad first, like a fool.
God damn it!
You fool!
19 hits for 18.
Con save.
Oh, he's good. Fuck you.
Oh no.
Here's the constrict on Vasu. Oh, no crit. I was really feeling it. 23 for 37 points of damage.
Does 2 extra bludgeoning
It just,
damage kill it before it constricts me?
it doesn't.
Shame.
Alright, Giant Vasu is now grappled and restrained. Vasu doing his best not to get held by this thing. But then, after that, what did he roll? He rolled a 2.
Why is it always snakes? Why does
These
it
are
have to be
actually
snakes?
eels.
They're basically the same.
Absolutely not. Completely different kingdoms.
You
Sea
see,
serpents.
this one also jams his tail down into the sand, and then all 14 of his collective dots begin to glow this bright blue color. How far is Nordo? Are you within 60 feet? You are. Nordo, I need a strength saving throw. As you feel yourself suddenly being tugged towards this.
Hurro. Plus,
Nani?
I don't know if it counts because you're large, but if it counts because you're large, you're in the +5 range.
Yeah, it counts. With Moat's help and clinging onto the corner with your giant strength, you're able to kind of prevent yourself from being dragged in that direction, although you feel its obvious magnetic effects. And you're glad that you held on, because shortly after the pull, you feel the energy stop, condense inside of this thing, and then erupt in a flash of lightning. I need Vasu, Nomad, and unfortunately Shu to give me a dexterity saving throw as there's an eruption of lightning.
But I put it in my pocket.
You did.
Oh no!
Unfortunately, it acted this round, so
21 points of lightning damage for Nomad.
I can't fail the con save for haste.
Oh no, Vasu. 42 points of damage for Vasu.
He's got evasion, right?
He's got evasion, so it's at least 21.
Oh, that's only 21 at least. That's good.
Oh, Vasu.
Yeah. She was
just dead.
She was just gonna die.
Legit, I kind of figured.
Are you sure being in my pocket doesn't protect him?
It doesn't.
The moment he does anything in combat, he's considered outside.
Yeah, I'm generally merciful
They're
until they join
magical,
combat.
That's fair.
You could probably make some sort of magic item for
Penciling
it.
him once again. What if I put him in my bag of holding?
Yeah, that would be legit. Like, that would work.
I'll remember that next time.
He'd
Yeah,
probably
but for now,
die,
he's dead.
but
I mean, there's 10 minutes of air in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I stuff him in there, and then next turn dismiss him as a whatever action that is,
Action.
or whatever.
Yeah.
All right.
At least he doesn't have to. At least he doesn't die.
That brings us over to Ace.
You also missed out like 4 attacks.
Those charcoals and incenses are expensive, man.
They're like 10.
An action to stuff him into the bag.
I'd let you do it as an item.
We can talk about this later.
Yeah,
Sorry.
we'll sort it out later. Ace, you're up.
Okay.
does it seem like he can see me? I'm currently using my shadow ability to be invisible.
That's a great question. It's what is your passive perception?
23.
He doesn't seem to notice you.
Okay. Then I'm going to try to scooch away. Probably here.
Give me a stealth check. Just because I never had you roll it earlier. Or I guess I did, didn't I? What'd you roll earlier? 30?
I think so. I was thinking it was a 30-30.
Alright, as you start to walk away, there is a... you get your first few steps off just fine, but then you kind of kick a tiny little rock, and just there's this tiny, almost microscopic movement that produces vibrations in the earth, and this thing begins to look in your direction, but by the time he notices, it's too late. He's not able to make his attack. But he does seem to be aware of your presence.
Perfect.
You got that Tremor Sensio.
Gotcha. All right, then I'm going to take my main action, or my bonus action. I'm going to survey the area to see if I see any other creatures hiding around.
Sure, perception check. You do not see or hear any other creatures other than these three that have popped out, one of which is dead.
Gotcha. Alrighty, then I'm gonna shoot some arrows. This is gonna be on Pasty or whatever his name is.
Alright. Uh, 19 slams in for 33 points of damage, and that is all it takes. As he turns around and lashes his jaws towards you, detecting the tremors, you just fire a shot straight down his throat. This thing lets out a horrible croaking noise and then falls flat.
Then I shoot the other one. Does that one see me?
This one does see you. 24 for
Okay.
13, or for 17 rather. Alright. Anything else?
That's my turn.
Alright, that brings us to Moat.
Alright. I'm going to use my movement to run up here. I'm going to put a hand on my holy symbol, another hand on Gale, and I'm going to use my action to give Gale 20 points of lay on hands.
Bless you.
Thank you.
And then, with the rest of my movement, I'm just going to start walking towards Bonewashed. As much as I can, just like flavor, trying to impose myself between him and Gale so that he might see me before he sees Gale.
Yeah, absolutely. Alright. Anything else? Is that it?
That is... actually, as I walk towards him, a little bit of fire spurts out from my arms just briefly and then seems to reabsorb, and like a crazy person, I'm going to do some flexible casting to convert sorcery points into mana.
Ooh,
But that's it.
Alright. That'll bring us to Flick.
Okay. I have this spell up, I'm gonna use it. Now I can actually cast it with Booming Blade, so...
So, just so you know, like, you can cast Shadow Blade and Booming Blade at the same time.
Yeah, you just get
Oh
one,
wait, it's just an action, you're right.
Yeah.
you just get one attack instead of two.
Oh, yep. So that should only be one.
Yep.
Ignore that second one.
28 slams in for. Do you have the compass bonus on that?
I shouldn't, because I used it last turn.
Gotcha. Then
But
20.
it's a spell and an attack.
I think we've determined that it doesn't count.
Yeah, I think it's just a regular attack roll, even though it's done as part of a spell.
Yeah.
25 points slams in, and there is an aura of thunder that envelops him. He looks
Oh,
fucking
thank
terrible.
God. My
I'm
sweet
assuming he
HP
has
is still
one health.
mine.
Get over here. He has one health.
All right. Anything else, Flick?
Can I just like kick him as a bonus action to do 1 damage?
Sure do wish, right?
Yep.
All
no,
right.
I'm good.
You have your
Um,
dagger in your other hand. Oh no, you didn't take attack action.
Elise, against all odds, pulls out a dagger, runs over, and throws it.
No.
No, she will. Nordo actually still looks hurt. She will throw another heal on Nordo real quick.
Appreciate. I still haven't had my turn, so I still can't use my Lees on life. Balls.
15 points of health, 3
you.
mana. And then she'll start running over in this direction. But that's her. Nordo's up.
Praise be. Like a shark, Nordo smells blood in the water. Oh, there's no water. And he'll go stomping through the mud and soot and silt. And I guess dandruff is what it is. All the way over to this guy. And swing upon him recklessly.
Yay.
7 or
That
15's no good.
Incredible. Here's the second attack.
You only did it once.
There we go. This thing begins to kind of sizzle and crack and pop with electrical energy. I like to think. Tell me how you do it.
Well, for good measure, Nordo comes charging up with his axe aflame with Moat's white fire, and swings it down into it in a deft swing, and it ignites. And as its blood sizzles, the smoke absorbs into Nordo's flesh.
Excellent. And with that, everything goes quiet once again.
I investigate the bodies.
All right. Give me medicine or investigation.
You know which I'm going to choose. I get my trusty magnifying glass out. I just search it.
Woo! Looking all 3 of them over, they appear to be aberrants of some sort. They have some similarities to Beast. You can see that there's some influence from electric eels. They do also kind of remind you a little bit of the stories that you've probably heard of Behirs. They're very good burrowers. You can tell that they have these very, very fine, almost whisker-like tendrils that are almost impossible to see, except for on very close investigation, that protrude out from kind of their forehead and all the way down the ridges of their spine, that are probably used to some sort of sensory effect. And you do find that even after death, and even after kind of being given some time to cool down and let whatever chemical reactions are going on inside of their body end, they do have kind of this almost magnetic property to them. They draw any sort of ferrous metals towards them. If any of you guys have iron swords, they would be kind of attracted to the skin of these things. You get the sense that the leather is slightly magnetic.
Does it seem like it's coming from the skin or from like an internal organ?
A little, with a 32 actually, you kind of do a little bit of investigation. You start to carve a piece off and test it. And after some investigation, you do learn that it does seem to be the skin itself, and especially the spots around the skin.
I guess we're gonna
Skin,
do
yes.
some skinning.
No, that's all right. We can paint them all on the canvas, and we can keep their bones and everything as well.
Ah, yes.
I have here 4 canvases, all rolled up, and 100 worth of magic paint for the paintbrush. So that's like 3 uses, right?
Sounds about right.
It's 25 each, so we'll still have 1 more use. So if you want, Nordo, we can paint all 3 of these into a canvas for later use. And you can see Nomad's eyes have turned into gold piece symbols.
I figured that we should probably do that. We can always make more of that paint, can't we?
We just buy it, really. I don't make it myself. I just buy it in town.
Can't you just like squirt out some of your own ink?
My ink isn't magic, unfortunately.
Well,
I do use the ink for
We use-
like regular writing.
Can't just ask a guy if his ink's magic.
see, now I'm just like thinking that like Ace is like doing some his reporter stuff, reaches up to one of his tentacles, just squeezes out some ink so he can keep writing.
Put it in the bottle for you. There you go.
Just goes and starts milking Nomad.
Christ.
Ever milk an octopus?
Gets a bucket out, a piece of straw in his mouth.
Hate everything about this.
Can I look through the windows of this dome here and see, does the ship seem to be like being devoured by acid, like in the process of melting? And also, are there oozes in here?
I'll go with him.
Give me a perception check.
I'm gonna look around this corner.
While they're doing that, I'm gonna do the canvas thing. It's weird. Put 3 Behir carcasses in your inventory.
Yeah, you can mark those down as pallid storm slitherers.
A pallid. Not just storm slitherers? Because only one of them was pallid.
Nomad.
They're. Yes?
Perhaps you should only do 2 of them for now.
Sure. I have one more use of it if you wish.
I know, but we don't know how big all the equipment in the ship is going to be.
This is true.
And
we will only need 2 of these for now.
Paint might be more convenient for there, and if we don't need it for the ship, then we can grab this 3rd one later.
Yeah. Tell you what. We will leave this for after. Or I'll just take 1.
Well, the problem with that is that if we leave and go into that chamber, and then we come back out, the giant orb of water that is around Flick is going to just thrust them into the middle of the ocean.
Oh, let's just drag them into this.
Not to be, I can just drag them along. I'm very strong.
One of these
Yeah,
in
You're
you a
currently
bag
very
of
strong.
holding.
Much back to normal size by now.
Gale has like a bajillion uses of that. It's fine.
That's true. I still Nordo's probably strong enough to drag one of these bodies anyway. Not super fast or anything, but
Oh, with mode helping, it's very very easy. While they're doing that, I'm gonna help heal Vasu a little.
I'm also at like 64 out of.
Hold on a second.
Hmm?
You revive Shu first.
Just
For a
been
totally not selfish reason.
Okay. Oh, it's because of the healing, isn't it? Okay. Well, if we
Yeah.
were attacked before then, it's on you.
That's fair. I'd imagine I probably started bringing back Shu like as we were doing investigations and stuff.
Yeah.
As he died.
We'll be merciful. No, I waited until like we started skinning eels to be like, oh, I'll bring back
Kidding
Shu.
though. We're just putting them in the canvas. It's 10 minutes each, I believe.
Can I fit one of them into a bag of holding?
So you could stick the tail end, and you would probably get about like 6 feet before it started to get too thick to really force through the mouth of the bag of holding. This thing's pretty thick at its thickest points. Size of a large gator, I guess, in diameter.
At first.
Nice.
But if you want to like chop off part of its tail, you could definitely like if you chop it into pieces, you can totally bag that thing.
Yeah, but if we
Please
chop the
do
piece,
chop it.
it'll ruin the
Please do-
skin.
Yeah, please do chop it to pieces. Do you know
Norda
how much
already-
I
Norda
think we
already
just
said
needed-
carcass is worth?
I thought we just needed the spots, right?
Like, if we collect the entire creature as it is, there are people upstairs, I reckon, who will want it. The entire thing.
Right. All right.
well.
I won't chop anything up for now. Fine.
Just summon Shu. It's fine.
Be quiet. I gotta concentrate on this.
Moat,
Oh, now we.
Shut
have
up.
to be
Quit
quiet.
talking to me.
Moat, go and give me a perception check as well.
Shh.
Help him know that.
Okay, cool.
Then 10 minutes later,
It's actually an
Shu
hour
just
and
kinda
10 minutes.
pops out. Is it?
It is.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a
if you do it
super
originally,
long
yeah.
time.
Norda,
Even if I've got Pact of the Chain, I should. Hang on, I'm gonna look this up.
I think so. Norda, taking
Cast
a look
find
over,
familiar.
the ship appears to be in pretty good shape. You can see it has been kind of like stripped clean. You can see almost like an acid wash that goes up about halfway to its hull, where anything not magical has just been totally eroded away. But it does seem that the structure of the ship itself seems to be in okay shape. It has taken some damage. You can see that there's little holes that are beginning to form like a sponge across some of the boards on the lower half of the hull, as this goo is just kind of seeping and climbing up its sides at capillary action. However, it does seem like the majority of it is still in decent shape, and you imagine that it is magically enchanted to be extra resilient. It'll probably take more time to dissolve. It seems to be okay for the time being. Moat, looking around, you do see that there is some sort of, I don't know if sentience is the right word for it, but the ooze is moving around of its own volition, kind of swabbing back and forth across the bow of the ship in a way that kind of resembles like an active slime or an ooze would.
All right, I'll just turn to Nordo and I'll just go, nice.
Really gonna force that one in.
It's in better shape than I expected it to be, but looks like we'll be able to just right in there and get the parts out of it on account of the oozes.
Yeah, just a couple oozes though, we'll be fine.
You're worried about that. Well, yeah, whereabouts on the ship are the engines, in case we do want to just run in there and try to grab them quick as we can and get out.
Below deck, towards the back. It's pretty quick.
Should you take Gale and Leah herself onto the ship, since they'll know?
Seems like a job for them, and maybe a couple of us
Yeah.
stand inside and guard there.
Yeah.
Search.
Once we've dragged these carcasses closer, Nomad will come join.
I don't suppose there's a way to, unless anybody has ideas about some fancy magic, a way to get the whole ship out of here. A thing like that's pretty valuable, obviously, but I don't know how we're going to get it out from the bottom of the ocean to Seatoll.
The whole ship?
Didn't Leah say it could like dematerialize and lightning around?
If it's possible, we might be able to use it to teleport.
That's true, actually. It won't be able to fly, but I don't see any reason why that part wouldn't work.
Yeah.
It'd be in short bursts, but if we have time to let it recharge between each jump, it's going to be a bumpy ride. We'd have to teleport, and then gravity would do its thing, and then we'd teleport
Yeah.
again, but...
Would it be possible? Is it seaworthy? I wonder.
It should be, unless that acid has gotten through to the pitch.
We should check, I suppose.
It looks like it's got a couple holes starting to form.
We can fix those.
Gonna do a sailing check real quick.
You can just ride it to the top of the ocean like an old Minecraft elevator.
Yeah,
Let's glitch this to the surface.
as long as we are able to kind of seal everything correctly, it should be buoyant. I imagine perhaps if we put Flick up in the crow's nest, that's about 60, 70 feet. It would cause the water to rise up just about to buoyancy level.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Flick.
Yeah,
Are
I can
these
do it.
No, are these creatures speaking to you? The mother spoke through the other ones. I do not know if these are related. They're not like white like the others, right?
They are,
Why
yes.
is it always got to be about color?
Because the color was abnormal in the others as well.
You do see that all three of them, beginning at the head and then kind of streaking down their length until eventually it stops about halfway down. They do have pale skin, just kind of this unnaturally, almost ghostly white.
That is the mark of the mother, is it not? Though she doesn't seem to do it willingly, it just happens. A forced mutation, if you will.
It also all sort of brings up the question of this ship and the parts, or what we came down here for at first, before we got involved with these coins and this deep mother business. Do we want to get this ship and get out? Do we still want to try to meet with the deep mother? I'm with you, Flick, if you want to dig further down this rabbit hole.
Because it might influence your reaction here, Moat and Flick, you're both keenly aware that in theory the idea of riding this thing up to the top is suitable, but you would note that there is a significant amount of pressure the deeper you go in the water, and that likely means that trying to use buoyancy to lift yourself back up, even with the help of this magical air bubble, the water is going to be significantly denser, which means the ship is going to be more buoyant, which means it's going to start to float much more quickly. And because of that, it's going to be top heavy, which means it's likely to tilt. I I can try to draw it to explain it better if that doesn't make sense. But the idea
Just
is
like a swirling bubble,
yeah, exactly. So like if
like a snow globe rolling around on the floor.
pretty much. So if the ship is shaped like this, normally the water would have to get up to like here for it to be buoyant, right? But because dense water is going to make the ship more buoyant, the water would really only need to get up to like here before it started to float, and that means that the center of the mass of the ship is going to be up high, which means this thing is going to tip sideways as soon as it starts to float. And you might be able to come up with a way to stop that. You would just both be aware that that is what will happen because the ship will be more buoyant.
What if we just pour a whole bunch of sand in the bottom of the ship?
I have so much sand with me.
Our resident professor says that water is incompressible and its density does not change.
You're right. Water's compressible. It's not extremely
I don't know.
compressible, but
Yeah, this guy just said he studied it for recreation. So it's Lance. I trust what he said.
Lance usually knows what he's saying, but I know for sure there's significantly more pressure at the bottom of the sea.
There's pressure because water's heavy, but it's not dense.
Not dense, it's just heavy.
Oh, you might be right. You might be
Pure
right.
pressure.
You might be right.
I think water is explicitly not compressible. I think that's like actually a thing.
Shit, I think you're right. Okay, then I might be crazy,
Yeah.
and maybe it wouldn't
Water.
affect buoyancy.
Water explicitly is one of the only things that expands when it turns into a solid.
Then excellent. You guys with your higher level sailor checks would know that this plan is probably fine.
You don't reach the rank of admiral without knowing a thing or two about ships. Trust me.
I mean, we could always get the ship out of this room. And then go back to the coin thing? That might not work.
I mean, the ship.
Do we need to do the coin thing? Didn't we just come for the ship?
I don't know, but
Wonder-
what's the coin thing for? I gotta know. Investigative
Select them.
reporting.
Ace, do you need help investigating while we're Let's try and take
Yeah.
everything we can here so we don't have to come back.
Ace is already like at this room.
I'll go come get you. Hello, Ace.
Oh, I thought you like burst into the bottom door. Nomad just kicks down the door. Hello, Ace, I'm here.
I am not strong enough to kick down doors, you know this.
Vasu kicks down the door and says, "I'm here."
You still look
And I'm
horrible.
still
do you need
big.
healing?
Grandma locked
Also,
the door.
yes, please, because you heal me. Shu's not gonna come back for a while, and I'm real hurt. Oh God, it's bleeding everywhere. This is what I sound like when I'm big.
That only lasted a minute. Everyone's normal again.
There's a Mario shrinking sound, and they say, "Oh, geez, yeah, Nomad, I'm still real hurt. I could use some healing if you're still willing to offer it. I'd be very grateful."
In fact, did you find one on the internet and was like, I saw it on Reddit, therefore it's true.
There are four comments that all agree with these findings. I choose that all make sense. I'll do more research later. It's D&D. We're fine.
You gotta have multiple resources. In fact, that's how science works.
Accurate. You're
Yeah,
not
you
wrong.
can't just look at Wikipedia. Come on.
I
This
can't
just
isn't
look at
high
Reddit.
school.
I agree. I will happily change my mind in the face of new evidence once it's presented.
It's okay. I only spout everything I hear from other people without research myself. So why would they lie to me, right?
Notably, though, there
No.
are still
Do you
some
think
problems
people
to
would
deal
do
with.
that?
Notably,
Go on the internet and tell lies?
this thing is still trapped in a glass dome with an ooze that is probably hostile. There are a few things still to sort out here.
19 free Vasu.
Before you do that, I'm gonna, like I was trying to say, I'm gonna bend some sand or something so I can at least get the benefits of my bracers.
You already did that, remember? When
Good
you
call.
made the stairs?
Yeah, but I didn't call out my spell thing for it then, and I've learned my
Okay,
lesson before, and I'm gonna
Gotcha.
start doing that.
Okay.
Now we know.
You just yell out, sand!
Sand!
Now we know.
And how
I'm gonna
much
just
heal
be like
extra?
Earthbend
All right.
by
Right-
the powers of Earth. What does Captain Planet say?
with our
What do you heal extra?
Never mind. Anywho, one to once per turn when you receive healing from any source, gain extra healing equal to half of my level,
Okay, cool.
which is great.
7. Are we 14 right now?
Is it like monk level or just level flat?
Level, I think.
I think it's just flat because this isn't like a monk ability. This is just equipment. It's like a magic item.
Oh, fancy.
Yeah, these are this
Oh,
is the wrapping
extra
of the
7
firebark
HP.
circle. Yeah,
All right, running through
I
hands
will
real
take
quick.
it.
Ace, what's up?
What's in this room?
Looking in this room, you see what appears to be, again, mostly destroyed by time. But there is kind of a large metal fixture over on the far wall that has a large wheel that can be turned. And it does appear to have kind of a shelf made of a fairly resilient metal that has kind of those same Damascus steel markings on it. And in fact, when Nomad comes in behind you, he is not able to see any of that fixture whatsoever. He just sees a large glass object. Although by this point in time, he's probably learned, to kind of expect it.
I'm gonna look.
Do I have different mods installed from everyone else? What's going on here?
It
Yeah,
is.
you have the transparent mod.
It is notable. It is important and noteworthy that even like aware of this material and keeping an eye out for it, even like once it's been kind of pointed out, like it's over there, it's look at it, Nomad, it's right there. It does still take like some focus to be able to see it, even in its glassy form.
He like walks right into it, and it's like, oh yes, I see it now.
Like a Windex bird.
Yeah, it does seem almost deliberately difficult for you to see.
All right.
Elise is going to
They
manage. She
don't.
can help heal some too.
Yeah.
Can
go
I
help us.
search the room clues?
Absolutely. Give me an investigation check. You do also see to the west that there is a door with a little lever on the wall that looks similar to the ones back in the containment area that you guys were in, except it is a double door. It is a little bit wider. And it
Yeah,
looks a bit more
may-
heavy duty.
I Tinker's Tools check this thing to see what it could be for.
You will need
Just
help,
do
and you have,
mostly hands. Yeah.
you'll need
I
help
mean,
because
I'm
you can't see
investigating
it.
the room too. I'm investigating the room
Yeah.
too, and that's part of what I'm investigating too.
'Cause-
Okay. Do you have Tinker Tools Tinker Tools proficiency, Ace?
No, but I have.
if I cast Fairy Fire on it, will it help me?
It will, actually. That will cause everything to have this kind of soft purple glow on it. So yeah, you can totally do that.
Can I just put paint on it?
Yeah, that does seem to work too, if you want.
Sure, if you want to paint it.
Yeah,
I'd
save
rather
that.
save my
Or
mana.
just make like a. Oh, I guess I can't make a row. It's wet though. Oh, I just throw sand on it, and then the sand will stick to it, and he can see the sand.
One way or another,
Yeah.
depending on whether you want to spend time or if you want to spend spell slots, you can either
I'll do a
Fairy
spell
Fire.
slot to give me advantage. Will that help?
Perfect. That will definitely help. Then working together, you guys can both kind of investigate this thing. He's already
Okay.
rolled a 28 on investigation. You can give me a Tinker's Tools check.
Sure.
And while you're doing
Let
that,
me
she is
Cast
going
that spell
to
real quick.
do a prayer of healing.
Tinker's Tool.
Everybody take 23 more health.
Oh, thank you. Bless.
Terrific. Everybody?
Everybody.
Was this a separate turn from when Nomad healed me,
It's
perchance?
two separate
It's
turns,
different.
actually, so you
Yeah.
can roll it twice.
A plus 7
Bless
each.
you.
Woo.
All right.
Bless you, Elise. If I wasn't the man I was, I'd kiss you.
Go and give me that Tinker's Tools, Nomad.
Or, sorry, just adding my HP. Tinker's Tools. 34.
All right. Looking over this carefully, the first thing that you guys are both able to figure out pretty quickly, with your very good investigation and your check, is that there's a little bit of a storage area down in the bottom of this, almost like a cabinet, that has been sealed very tightly. It is made of this strange metal that seems to be fairly resilient down here, and it is currently locked. It is a bizarre lock, a very foreign lock, an almost kind of ancient, unusual lock that uses this three-prong system, but does eventually ultimately lead to some sort of tumblers. It could potentially be opened or picked, or if you were able to find a key, that might work. However, you do find that the main mechanism here seems to be sort of a turn wheel that is connected to just kind of playing with it and listening carefully and trying to figure out where like piping in the wall is leading. After maybe 10 or 15 minutes of study, you're able to confirm that this large wheel, when turned, used to open a series of doors that were part of this like front entrance, but are no longer really functional.
That's all it does?
Kinda like
Open the front door?
Kind of like an airlock mechanism of some sort.
Gotcha.
Should we mend it together so that we mend these walls? I'm just joking. We have to like.
I don't think
We don't
mending
need air.
will be- Yeah, we don't need air for this. I think this is just because this is an observation deck, right?
Yeah. Does it seem like there was a a trapdoor on any part of the top of this building that would have led to where we came from?
Looking around very thoroughly, you don't see any sort of connections leading out of here, including secret passageways or seams. At least not without going into the acid chamber. This seems to be kind
Anything
of its
with
own,
detect magic?
kind of seems to be its own self-contained thing. Looking around for magic specifically, give me an investigation check or just a flat wisdom check.
Also, you mentioned tumblers and the compartment that can be opened.
Yeah.
Can we try that,
Sure.
Ace?
Yeah, you can definitely try.
Yeah.
I'll help you, so you have advantage. It's okay, that's his investigation.
Vasu looks around. You look for
Everything's all shiny.
any sort of magical stuff. You see what you would expect to see. You do see that there is kind of a magical aura coming off of the ship when you look through here. The whole ship seems to light up. And you sense magic kind of from all of your party members, but that's it.
Ooh, Ace, I have a +12 to Thieves' Tools.
Oh, I don't.
Will you help me?
Yes.
Yeah. You're my mentor.
Real
I
quick,
will-
do you have Thieves' Tools proficiency?
Yes,
Me?
I have expertise.
Ace.
I'm a
Ace does.
thief.
He's a thief.
I'm
Okay,
a rogue.
okay, just making sure. Making
Get out
sure.
of here.
Okay, right. All right, you're good.
Yeah, just making sure. He's my mentor. He taught
No,
me
I
this.
have no idea. I'm just like, yes, the
Woo!
tumbler thing. No.
31.
It is good
Ooh.
having both of you here because, frankly, it's an extremely bizarre, alien, and difficult lock. But
So am I.
but you are also bizarre, alien, and difficult. And you actually, as you're working on it, you hit this point of frustration. But then there is kind of this flashing vision, like the so many that you have, of just another life, another memory, another place, of what appears to be a locksmith, kind of finagling this three-pronged key of some sort into these holes, and then pulling it out and kind of checking the tines and making adjustments. It appears to be a locksmith working on a key, and it just kind of gives you a little more insight into how this whole thing works. And eventually, after probably 8 or 9 minutes of struggling with this thing and some sort of supernatural vision, you're able to kind of press in all the places that you need to press at the same time. There's a click. The door kind of pushes itself open with some pressure, a couple of inches, and then you can see inside there are a number of things. Go and give me a luck check.
Okay.
I believe in you.
I wish Gale were here. No! Let me see if I have inspiration to burn on it.
I have inspiration if you want it.
Yeah, okay.
If you don't have inspiration.
I have inspiration.
This is a bad loot. I'll give you inspiration too.
I'll use my inspiration. It's okay. Here, guys. 7. It's
better.
better than 3.
The true
More than
meaning of
double.
the true meaning of D&D is burning inspiration on looting. You do see that there are a handful of stillstones, and they seem to be in decent shape. They appear to be kind of collected together in this small little metal kind of tray or crate. There are a grand total of 4 of them. They appear to be pretty suitably dense, and they are all gray. And then, sitting kind of right beside them in this storage container is one more key that appears glass to you, but everybody else can see that it is another metal key.
I almost miss it, and then Ace grabs it. I imagine.
Yep, sounds about right.
I take the key real quick and I run over to one of the dead creatures we didn't do it. Now, is it magnetic?
It is not ferrous. You hold it up to the skin of these things, and it doesn't seem to react strongly to it.
Cool.
All right, let me make sure I've gotten through all these hands. Vasu, you got something, or did we already get to you?
Yeah, you got to me. It was basically just saying I'm going to hold off on summoning Shu and just take that healing now, but now I'm only missing like 5 HP, so I'm good.
All right, and then Moat.
Yeah, nothing major. Just as we work through this, I know I've kind of already done this, but I'd like to keep an eye out for, first of all, get the torch back out, see if I see anything with that, and then any, like, obvious religious iconography beyond, like, I know it's probably the Deep Mother, but, like, anything that stands out, I guess.
Sure. Go ahead and give me a religion check. No obvious signs of religious iconography, and a big part of that is that there's just not really a lot of anything that has survived other than the base stone components of these buildings.
Right.
And this metal thing, which appears to be in decent shape, but even it has been worn down a little bit. The only thing that you're really able to say with any sort of certainty is that looking at these coins, it is almost certain to you that they were modeled after Mind Flayer faces. You're not sure what the third eye, Mind Flayers, as far as you know, don't have 3 eyes. But you would know that religiously that tends to symbolize either insight or mental acuity or some sort of awakened state, some sort of extra perceptive state. And they're definitely modeled after Mind Flayers. You assume that it's related somehow.
Did we... Sorry, branching off that, did we see anything like this weird metal that Nomad is seeing as glass on the moon?
Not that you're aware of. Not that... No,
Okay.
I don't believe so, no.
Hey, I have 2 questions.
Yeah, hit me.
The orb that we all touched before, did it look metal to us?
It did. It appeared to be kind of a similar material. The main
Did
difference
Nomad see it as an orb that was metal?
He did. He was able to see it. And a big significant difference is that even though the patterns were kind of the same, they were deeper grooves and they were like shifting. It's almost like the metal was alive, moving in these kind of bizarre, fractal, almost kind of biological patterns.
Gotcha. Second question. When Nomad has his little memory, does he space out for a second? This is noticeable that he's spacing out and being in the
Is it
memory.
like a That's So Raven moment?
Yeah, I see look at the camera and.
I will leave this one up to Nomad. It's kind of up to you how you want to interpret that.
Interpret what exactly?
When you have these strange visions, would you like it to be kind of just a passive daydream? Or would you prefer that Nomad almost has a blank out, everyone can tell that you're having a vision moment? I'll let you decide.
Everyone can tell.
Okay, cool.
It becomes pretty obvious. It's a That's So Raven moment.
Yeah. Hey, Nomad.
We've been doing that since he started.
Hey, Nomad.
Yes?
Yeah, you have these visions a lot. Do you only have vision? Have you ever had a vision of someone that you knew was alive?
I do not think I have confirmed any visions of people alive. I haven't had the vision of any of the party members, right?
Nope.
Nope.
All right. And then the third thing I want to do, which was the reason I raised my hand, is after seeing Moat look around, I decide that this needs a tag. So I do some thief can't tagging, and I'm just too late, homie, and I just carve that onto the wall.
Excellent. All right, noted.
You're going to confuse the next tiefling who comes down here.
Tiefling?
Thief.
Oh, thiefling?
Sure.
Well, that was our next move. We
Kick down the door.
well, I guess it kind of depends on if we are trying to get this ship and get out of here, or if we're trying to still go back and see what's behind that door up there.
I will die with regrets if we never go up and find out what's behind the door upstairs.
It seems to
Same.
me like we should secure the ship first, so that if whatever's behind that door is too much for us to handle, we can cut and run.
Yeah, and
I
to make
was
sure the ship doesn't
hoping-
get disintegrated.
I was hoping this thing here might deactivate the acid, so should I try turning it anyway? I doubt it'll do it.
We might as well try.
Sure.
What's the worst
What's
that
the
happens?
worst that? Yeah.
Yeah, what's the worst that could happen? We have Flick here. He will
Everyone
save
say
us.
it. What's the worst that could happen? Let's really jinx this.
Let's all say nice.
What we heard from
Nice.
Nice. Based on what we heard from the animals up there, the ship's already been down here for near on a week now, and it doesn't look great, but don't think a couple more hours is going to be the difference maker. I'd like to go in there and get the important parts, the magic part first, and then maybe go back to the door upstairs, and if we get past all that and we have time for it, come back and try to get the ship.
Yeah.
Quick question.
Perhaps we should also leave the part in the ship, because if we're going to take the ship to fly upward and teleport, we might need it intact.
Yeah, the important parts I'm talking about are the ones for tracking.
Oh yeah, for
elements.
tracking. Yeah. We should probably get those first.
Yeah, I don't want to accidentally leave here without those in case whatever's beyond that door sends us back home to our world or whatever.
Yeah, let's go grab it. Hey Rax, how are you?
I'm okay. This is
Okay,
all
good.
a little scary. I kind of miss Mom.
Don't worry, we're getting there soon.
So next question is, how do we want to go about getting these parts? Do we want to go in and fight these oozes and go get it, or just try to rush
I
in,
don't
get the parts and get out?
I don't think the Vasu's swoop and scoop is gonna work this time.
I think the oozes haven't managed to find their way into the ship yet, perhaps. Let's go on top with Leah's guidance, get toward that area, and work on retrieving that part.
We don't have a way of making somebody invisible, do we? Just send somebody who knows where the parts are in there.
The
Down,
oozes didn't have no
look,
eyes
invisible.
anyway, so I don't know as they need to see.
I
That's
mean,
fair.
Some
Can't
things just sort of feel you coming or whatever.
can Flick? Can you feel things when you're water or pick things up? If somebody told you where the parts were,
I can't really pick things up, no.
got it.
Sounds to me as they're going to need to be tinkered on a little bit anyway, so we might need some help from Gale and
Yeah.
Nomad.
Well, let's just fuck these oozes up then.
Yeah. It's better if we all go together, and that way we have protection and everything.
All right then.
yeah. Question, Feck.
Yes.
Whenever we killed the oozes, did it seem like the rooms that the oozes died in, the ooze on the floor, like lessened or became less acidic? Noticeably?
What would happen? You would notice that the kind of weird, slimy, spiderwebby film kind of spreads across the room and then goes a little dormant. It's not like a bunch of the ooze starts like suddenly melting away or anything. It just kind of goes inert. Everything goes kind of quiet
Okay.
and inert.
So if we went in there and killed the oozes, it would more than likely stop the degeneration of the ship,
Seems
at
reasonable.
least for a while.
Potentially.
Yeah. We can just fire at them from the top then, right? Like, we don't have to go down there.
What's your passive investigation, Ace?
Past investigation is 22.
You would have noticed that as soon as like combat ended, some of you were still covered in that weird gack stuff. It didn't like burn at your flesh. You imagine that the acidic thing has to be kind of triggered manually by these oozes, otherwise it's just kind of gack.
Okay, let's just shoot the oozes from where we're at. We don't have to go down there.
Yeah, just open the
Start
door.
shooting.
Just open the door. We can just like rangy boys.
Yeah,
All right. I'm real good at opening this door. Y'all just count down and I'll do it.
sure. Having turned this wheel, what does it do?
Turning the wheel, you can get it about 5 or 6 degrees, and you can tell that there are things moving, especially along this wall and then down into the ground, seemingly towards the front of this building. But eventually, it just kind of hangs and gets stuck. And with your investigation check earlier, you eventually find that just mechanisms have been destroyed over time. And it seems like this used to control a set of airlock doors up front, but they've just been so heavily damaged that they are no longer functional.
That's fair. Do you think there's a hidden coin up there? I'll check real quick. Maybe someone lodged a coin in there and that's why it's not moving.
Sure. What was your... You can give me a fresh investigation roll. I forget what your old one was.
I didn't roll an investigation check before. It was a
Oh, it was
Tinker's
Tinker's
Tool.
Tools. That's right. Either one works.
Oh, okay. I'll use Tinker's Tool then. 27.
Yeah, you carefully poke around in the mechanisms. You can see what is broken, and a big part of it, too, is that it's just missing some part that eventually kind of got decayed or destroyed and then
Yeah.
presumably carried off by wildlife.
Yeah, no coin lodged in there or anything.
Yeah, you don't
Made
see
of
any
glass.
signs of any coins or foreign objects or anything.
That's fair. I wouldn't see it anyway. It's glass.
Legit.
Do I see any round bits of glass?
You don't, even with a very careful
Okay.
scrutiny.
Little
Right.
Orc says we only need 3 coins anyway, and he's real smart about puzzles and such.
Oh yeah, we've already got 3 coins then. Should be fine.
All right, you guys kind of get ready to breach and clear. And there are 2 weak oozes in there, and there are 8 of you prepared with held actions. For the sake of simplicity, give me initiative rolls, give me a round of attacks, and let's see what happens.
Can you just do the initiative for us?
Yep, I sure can. So each of you just go and give me a round of attacks real quick.
Sure.
I use my action to open the door and hold my item item action on the door, hold the action to close the door in case we don't kill them.
Legit.
How does the boomerang of returning work? I know I transferred that to one of my chakrams. Does it just come back same turn?
I believe it comes back immediately after the attack.
Tight.
I think the original item's in party loot.
It might still be in there. I just know I took the stones out and put them into one of my chakrams, so I didn't lose all of them.
I did 12 and 26 damage.
Immediately after the attack.
Yeah, you guys are fine. They immediately kind of react to your presence and begin to swarm their way over. But before any of them can even get within striking range, you guys are able to just kind of put these things down. There's a hissing and a bubbling that stops almost as quickly as it starts. And everything in the room seems to go kind of inert.
We did it with defeated acid by attacking it a lot.
I run in with no care of traps or anything.
Perfect.
Ace, no.
You die.
Instant death. All right, I'll look out while I'm going in. I can move at full speed while doing stuff. So.
Yep. Once you're inside, you do see what appears to be just kind of a large ship sitting in the middle. It is slightly canted to one side, but it's up against this glass bubble kind of awkwardly, so it can't fall all the way. Vasu, with your passive detect magic, you do actually spot that there are a couple of other things in here. Notably, there is what appears to be a pair of gauntlets tucked away in a corner. And there is a rope that has somehow survived all of this weathering and appears to have a transmutation aura on it. Just coiled up 50 feet of rope.
I'm just gonna let Ace frolic around amongst all of this unaware and try to mage hand both of these things into my bag.
You trying to like hide it from the rest of the party? Or just kind of grabbing it to loot?
Well, we'll make a stealth. You want to make a stealth check then?
I mean, I'm absolutely not gonna beat
do you.
you.
Do you want to do this? Do you want?
Well, yeah, let's go for it.
I mean, I'm
Stealth
being
or sleight of hand?
being footballed through the air right now.
His passive perception is only 23, and I'd argue he has disadvantage because I'm throwing him onto a ship. So it's
Pretty reasonable.
I'm just gonna say that I can bonus action do it because I'm an inquisitive, so I don't think I do have disadvantage on it.
you gotta beat a 23 on the stealth then.
So stealth or sleight of hand, Feck?
Stealth.
I'm only really trying to hide this from Ace.
Let's go stealth.
You had it from Ace, you had it from everybody. 'Cause
Ooh! All right.
Yeah, you got it.
Everyone is, unless anybody else wants to roll perception, everybody else seems real intent on getting into the ship, getting that sorted out quickly. Nobody else really has detect magic up passively, as far as I know. Toto, though.
Toto!
Always,
Holy shit!
always alert. Always fly.
Danger.
He does just kind of have that Scooby-Doo sense that you're up to
He
something.
notices something's missing, but has no idea what happened to it.
Exactly.
Like a dog when you throw the ball and you pretend to throw it, like drop it behind your back. Just goes running and sniffing around.
This is completely
What do you want?
unrelated.
Go away! I got nothing.
Yeah, I'm like spiraling football through the air onto the ship, so I'm not
Can
paying
I
attention.
do an insight check as we're walking in here, approaching the ship, on Leah, and get a sense for her like reaction to seeing her ship? Kind of looking for if it's important to her to save this ship, or if she just doesn't.
Right. Okay, yeah, give me an insight check. It's a little bit hard to read, but you still get a sense that she's kind of trying to stay professional because she needs to stay professional. You get the sense she probably has at least a little bit of attachment to the ship.
Real quick, what were the still stones that we got?
I'm writing all out. I'll make sure I get it set up for you in a second.
What's on the ship? Now that
Well,
I've been thrown on top of it.
once you're aboard the ship, you guys find kind of everything that you would expect to find, and Leah eventually makes her way up to and starts to give a little bit of a tour. She notes that a lot of the things that were loose have been stripped away. All of the food, all of the goods, all of the supplies, all of the water, a lot of, let's see, what else would be?
Is her diary in there? I instantly run to the cabin and I try to find her diary.
give me a, fuck, I don't know. Give me a little shit check.
What would I roll for that?
I don't know. Some sort of dexterity check, probably.
Yes.
We need Flick a little closer. To
I'll give you an unskilled dex check then.
Notably, as long as Flick kind of covers this hallway, the bubble in here is not filled with water. So as long as he doesn't let like water rush in through this hallway, the bubble will remain, airtight.
Sure.
Is it pushing the ooze away?
It does not seem to push the ooze away.
All right, here's my unskilled little shit check.
All right, you just immediately run off towards where you assume the captain's cabin is, and you are a little disappointed to find that not only do you not find any signs of a journal, but the mattress has been taken off of the bed frame, the curtains have been taken off of the porthole. Everything that could be stripped from the ship has been stripped from the ship, and presumably kind of just dissolved or cleansed somehow.
All right. Nothing else is in here? Nothing
It is
super juicy?
kind of just give me an investigation check.
I can do that. I'm going to use my spy glass or my magnifying glass if that's okay.
Yep, go for it.
Holy shit.
As you're looking around for any sort of anything that might have been missed during the initial sweep, anything that could be left behind, you do hear some heavy footsteps, and sort of across-looking Leah comes in behind you, looks around a little bit dismayed to see that her captain's quarters have been so thoroughly ransacked, and she does kind of slam a hand against the wall. At first it kind of looks to be in anger, but when she brings the hand back, you do see that a panel has sprung free, and she kind of looks inside, digs around a little bit, and does eventually retrieve a leather pouch, which she kind of stuffs into her belt pouch.
I'm going to insight check just to make what was just going on.
Sure. It seems that she knew where the secret compartment was and got to it before you did, and took whatever was in it and put it in her pouch.
No fair. I actually say out loud.
Well, finders keepers.
I wait for Leah to finish up, and then they ask her, "Well, Captain Leah, where is the object
Right.
we're looking for?"
Engine's down this way. Here, I'll show you. Again, I know how to drive this thing. I don't really know all of the operation of it, how the engine works and all that stuff. But Gale seems real smart. You seem real smart. I'm sure you guys can figure it out. And eventually she leads you down.
It'll be fine.
To an array of engines. You can kind of tell immediately, just because of your existing work on airships. They were elementally driven engines, which means that she had a balloon that contained an elemental, and that is presumably now long gone. The engines are all still in decent shape. They've not been destroyed, but they no longer have an elemental to control. So in the absence of an elemental, they're kind of useless. Notably, they are not the kind of engine that produces an artificial elemental and then controls it. It is meant to capture an existing primal elemental. It's very much like your very first ship, the Sundowner Wreck.
And they required the elemental to teleport, right? Different.
Give me Tinker's Tools or Arcana to kind of study and figure out what makes that work.
Sure. Will there be a different answer? for either?
They both kind of do the same thing in this case.
Oh, okay. Well, they're both the same role. For this case, it's a ship, so let's see. Huh. Well, now.
Holy shit. You are able to deduce a couple of things, actually, after some more scrutiny and a little bit of time studying these things and doing some identification, working with Gale to kind of get a sense for how everything works. The first thing that you find is there are a number of things going on in this engine that are all kind of being powered at once. There is the control of the elementals. There is a bit of a security device that causes the ship to send a flag back to whatever sort of magical protection that the Wandering Sun has that says this ship is friendly, let me through. There is a teleportation effect that produces sort of a lightning bolt that it follows through, and that is not powered by the elemental. It would potentially still work. It does have limited charges, but it still has... how long has it been? It is fully charged, so it has 7 charges of that.
Ooh!
Each of which can cover up to 1,200 feet.
Okay, that sounds excellent.
However, with that, you also do find that there are, and you've kind of come to expect this from a lot of the ships that you've worked on, some brownstones that have been placed in it to prevent it from being stripped, so that somebody cannot potentially sneak up onto a ship, quickly yank the stones out of the engine, and then suddenly the ship plummets to the ground. And what that means is that there would be some skill checks involved in trying to strip this thing of stones, or to pull any of its components out safely, and then put it somewhere else.
So, Yeah, we can't just take the ship all the way. We can take it upstairs in its entirety and sail it back. I don't think we can fit the entire ship through a tree. Would there be
We
a
don't even
tree
know where we
upstairs?
are.
Yeah, who knows? We could be away from the island for.
Well, I mean, we're not anywhere near 5. We're not near. There's no humanoids within 5 miles of us.
We are pretty deep under the water.
I don't think the ocean is that deep.
Say, I don't know about this ocean, but just Googled it. The average depth of the real Earth ocean is 12,000 feet.
Yeah,
Which is,
isn't the Mariana
Oh,
Trench
yeah.
like a few miles, and that's like super
Yeah.
the deepest part?
That tells me we're like at least 3-ish miles away from the nearest like civilization above ground. Which is
Yeah.
far.
The first thing we'll have to do is surface at least. So this ship must be going with us no matter what.
Yeah, the Mariana Trench is it's like 6.8 miles deep, and it's the deepest place in the earth. And
Let's
Yeah.
not go that.
Yeah, real
that sounds
talk. If we
horrifying.
just found out that we're in a deeper part of the ocean than actually exists, I think a lot of claustrophobia just kicked in for me. So let's get this boat and get the fuck out of here.
Well, unfortunately, the next thing is to go back and open up that door and
Mhm.
talk to the deep mother, apparently.
yeah, maybe
Yeah.
she'll take our ship out.
That's why Flick and I are here.
But as long as we got these parts, you got that paint and Nomad, I can paint these things.
Sure. Well, we can't pull them out, unfortunately, without any proper checks. So, which one do you want taken out? Is that one protected, Feck? The one that lets us go through?
So the brownstones protect the entire engine. If you want to pull any of the components out of the engine, you would have to get through the brown protection layer.
Sure. I'll go give Gale a help action for this.
Sorry, I missed what you were studying there, friend Nomad. You saying that part won't come out, it'll only work on this here ship.
It'll work if we take it out, but it is complicated to take it out. These stones here, there are brown stones in it that protect the entire engine so that no one just pulls parts out and let the ship fall from the sky.
I reckon that makes sense.
36, Gale?
Look at
Hot
that.
damn!
Holy shit. Yeah, as you guys are kind of explaining how this is going to be an incredibly difficult process that takes a lot of time, Kale's just like, got it, in the background.
I just kick it with my
Miracle.
metal leg and it all falls apart perfectly sectioned.
Or you could just kick it, I suppose.
That solves most of my problems. Gale's on the same page as me.
Jesus. And effectively, if you want, you have a couple of options. You can either strip the stones out and then like stuff them into something else later. You could just potentially pull the entire engine component free. It weighs about 1,200 pounds, but if you find some way to transport it,
We could paint it.
you could kind of just drop it into another ship as is, and then that ship would get like the lightning effect and the ability to control an elemental, and then the bypass.
I like
Eh?
the idea of a ship that's called Tornado being able to lighten around.
So it's kind of your call if you want to either dismantle it completely, take the stones out of it, or try to just pick it up wholesale and drop it into another ship.
If we can fit it in the paints, I'd vote paints. That would be faster and the most convenient way to carry it around.
I
So
agree.
Too, and then if we're able to come back for this ship in a little bit, we'll try, and if not, we've got the parts we need.
Notably, before I forget, these are the 3 stones that you found up top here. And I'm going to drag
Oh.
them down here so they're out of the way.
Oh, they're legendary. How delightful. Are they no V? What?
6V.
6 feet.
6 feet. What level are they?
4.
4 and 6 feet. That's real cool.
All right. Hands, real quick. Let me get caught up. Ace, what's up?
Yeah, this was from a bit ago. I wanted to kind of like make a check to see like what I could gather might be in that bag that she picked up. Like as she was picking up, like what it was like jingling with gold, and
Sure.
it seemed like it was document. Like what can I perceive from it through sight and sound?
Yeah, okay. You could give me perception. Yeah, if that's the angle you're going, give me perception.
33.
Hey, you guys want to calm down with these nat 20s?
No joke.
Holy fuck.
I just see X-ray vision for this one, right? I just see right into it. She just drops it on the ground and it all spills out.
It's actually very easy for you to pick up because it is somewhat familiar. You don't hear any sort of jingling that indicates that there would be something hard or metallic inside. The thing that hits you is a familiar smell. It smells like very good tobacco.
It's in their blood.
This seems like a problematic family thing.
Don't worry.
Have I ever seen her lighting up some tobacco with like Norda or anything?
We smoked together. I don't know if I think every time Norda smoked with
I
Lee,
think she
it's been
chews
like
it.
a private conversation.
Chew it gross, bad for your beak.
Yeah.
All right, let's end this streak of good rolls. Moat, what's up?
Wow.
Hey. Okay, so I know this is a long shot, but while they're searching for the important bits about the ship that we actually need to continue on with our lives, can I look for anything like ornamental or decorative that may have survived the ooze to give to Leah that she might find sentimental if we can't come back for the whole ship, if that makes sense?
Sure, go and give me an investigation check.
Investigation? What about like deception or persuasion?
You could potentially do perception as well.
There we go.
Looking it over, it looks like this has been stripped pretty clean. Almost anything that wasn't bolted down has been taken off and destroyed. And even some things that were bolted down look like they've been taken. You do find that in the galley, for instance, all the chairs and tables have been disassembled and removed.
Is there like a plank of wood that has the ship's name on it?
Yeah, there is. You can see across the bow. There is indeed there's a bit of it that has been painted over with the name.
I'm going to try to rip that off and I'll mend it back on if we need to.
Okay, sick.
I'll help him with that.
Yeah, give me like either raw athletics or a carpentry check, or if you've got some sort of toolkit that'll help, anything like that.
I don't think blacksmithing would help, so I guess I'll just do athletics.
Yeah, that seems reasonable.
You have help.
Noted.
Easy enough. You're able to kind of wedge some things out and grab the plank that has the writing of the name on it. You do feel that there's a little bit of a vibration and a kind of a almost like a snapping magnetic sensation as you pull this thing free from the ship. Vasu, you can see the enchantment begins to kind of fade from this particular plank that has been removed. But you're able to pull it free. Probably takes like 25-30 minutes work. Oh yeah, that too.
Yeah, and then just as we leave, I'll just hand it to her and say, like, just in case we can't come back for it.
I do appreciate it. It's not everything that happened on that ship was good, but it's a fine ship. I'll miss her.
They're all memories. It's hard to leave them behind. But just in case we can't, a little something to hold on to.
If nothing else, it'd make a good club, and she kind of just like swings it a few times.
Oh, you could beat the hell out of somebody with that.
It's a pretty hefty piece of wood. Alright, Vasu. If you still got anything.
Just at some point before the session ends, at least, I'm gonna message Nomad and just be like, "Do not be alarmed, but I found some real cool shit that you should identify when you've got some time."
You want me to identify fecal matter?
No, not actual shit, but I found it in this boat and I hid it from everybody else in a power move.
Jesus, what was that? Hi. Hello. Sorry.
hi.
Something happened to my weird sound. Vasu's voice exploded.
Oh, weird.
Oh no.
I was worried it
Yeah.
was like an actual explosion or some shit, because we didn't hear anything.
Yeah, I was like, whoa, I had the panic attack. I had to take my headset off because like it sounded like the mic went into Vasu's mouth.
No, I didn't do that, I swear.
Yeah. Okay, you know, I think there was something weird in my headset because I was fiddling with it. Yes. A magic object. I can identify it. Sure.
I just have a few things to identify before this session ends. Whenever we have some.
Oh my God! There it is again.
Weird.
Oh no! I'm sorry. I'll stop talking.
It's not you.
I know.
Yeah, we're not
Yeah,
hearing
it's not
it.
you. There's something weird happening. It's
There
like going. It's like he's going far away, and then he comes right in and swallows the mic. That's what
wonder-
it sounds like.
Is it only him that's doing it?
Only for me, I think. Like,
But is it only Vasu's voice that does it?
Oh no, yours is doing it right now.
Okay, okay.
What about mine? Do I sound funny?
You're fine.
Probably
What the fuck? It might be an internet thing.
could be an
actually.
internet thing or a sound
Internet
card
thing.
thing, possibly.
Oh my god, my sound card might be fucky.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
All right. Either way, you're able to get these things identified.
Ah! Let me take my headset off for a minute.
All right. Good luck. Where the fuck is? We'll do this. That's close enough. The rope you're able to identify is a good old-fashioned rules as written rope of entanglement. And I will copy down what that does in a second. There we go. I'll get that cleaned up in a bit. The gauntlets you are able to identify as... these.
Okay, I think things are fine now. Someone say so.
Welcome back.
Hello.
Okay, much better.
What happened?
I have no clue. I turned my IQ on. I for some reason it's shut off, and I changed the presets back to normal. My normal is movie theater, because you're all amazing and entertaining. Cool. Bull-eyed gauntlets. And a rope of entanglement?
Okay,
you're
I
able to
have
get
an
those two.
important question.
Uh-huh.
Does nobody else want those gauntlets? And also, can Shu attune to things?
This is super bull-eyed.
I figured I heard bull-eyed and I just, yeah.
Let me get back to you on Shu. Rules as written, yes. I have some thoughts on how I feel about that.
Yeah, I had to make stuff that fit Nibbler, for example.
Right. I generally think that yes, but it needs to be something that is kind of specially made for a familiar. And it's probably going to be like, it's going to have some sort of a power limitation. Like, there's no way that a familiar could attune to something that lets it cast like a 7th level spell. I'll try to get some like specific details on that, because I do think it's cute to let familiars attune to things too. But on the other hand, I want to make sure that familiars aren't like super broken.
I also do want to throw into this argument that I took Pact of the Chain, so my familiar should be better than everybody
That's true.
else's.
No, that's legit. That's a very good point. Yep. I'll try to get you a concrete thing. For the time being, yes. Just I'll probably put some sort of a power cap on it, but it'll be higher than everybody else's familiar significantly. Whatever we.
Oh yeah, absolutely no rush. I just saw this and thought, wow, that would be a cool thing to stop Shu from dying every time he goes into combat.
Absolutely, you could definitely make something like that for Shu, for sure. All right, Nomad.
Oh, like that's after this. I just asked which needs to be painted. Well, like what components?
Oh, right, the engine, painting the engine. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, the whole engine, or just like, what does Gale specifically need me to put into the painting?
The part that would need to be transferred is about the size of a large, like, office industrial printer. Probably about 5 feet tall or so, maybe a couple feet wide. Weighs about 1,200 pounds. And it is magical. I think your paints work on magical things, but I don't remember. You might double check that. Okay. Then yeah, that's what needs to be transported.
Okay, that's the only thing that needs to be transported, right? That's one use of it for 10 minutes. Then I have 3 more uses which I can use on all 3 of those carcasses.
Excellent. You spend 10 minutes on the engine, and then a half hour kind of getting those carcasses, and you start to hear kind of whale songs in the distance and a couple of bizarre underwater noises. Some spooky silence at one point. There's a point where you swear you hear this heavy kind of thump, like something taking a massive footstep in the distance, and all the fish around you at the edge of this bubble kind of like shimmer and run away like they've been spooked by something. And you listen intently, but nothing ever comes of it. A few minutes pass by and everything starts to poke its heads back out. But eventually, you get all of this stripping done, and you're able to kind of pack things into paintings.
That's everything.
All right, then. Let's head back the way we came, I reckon, and then if all goes well up there, come back here and get this ship.
Right, time to head to that door. And yeah, if we don't get whisked away anyway, we come back to the ship.
All right. You guys eventually kind of hike your way back towards the ladder. You do find that the rope is still dangling, and with a little help, everybody is able to kind of work their way back up it. Until eventually you return back to the headquarters, where you now have 3 coins.
Right, time to solve that coin problem.
As we're traveling back over that hour or whatever, this is a crazy long shot. I'm gonna keep an eye out for any animals acting unnaturally the way that those druids that were wild shaped seemed when we were at the barrel place.
Yeah, absolutely. You could give me either animal handling or survival or insight.
I'll help him.
Cool.
Do you want to make separate rolls? I'll do
I'll go
insight.
animal angle.
Alright, you keep a very close eye around, and you spot all sorts of animals, but all of them appear to be acting, as far as you can tell, naturally.
Okay, cool.
I'm also going to do my ping for aberrations and humanoids and see what I get. Anything different?
Alright. You begin to focus and attune with nature. You feel yourself kind of extending out into the sea around you. And the results are pretty close to everything else that you've determined. Lots of aberrations all around you, some close, some far. However, from up here, your ping does reveal that there is still one humanoid. And they appear to be at basically eye level with you, just a little bit north of this door.
All right. I know that it's once again I don't get exact, so it's within a mile, but.
And as you're looking in kind of that direction, I believe that was Gale that moved those into place?
Yeah.
You see Gale kind of slip this last coin into the bottom right corner, and as he does, there is a heavy metal thunk, and the door begins to slide open. As it slides open, you can see that there's a short hallway that leads into another chamber, which appears to be mostly built into the side of a cave, but it has a big open face that is just a large glass bubble that kind of looks out on the environment beyond it. Almost kind of like an observation chamber or something like that. There are a couple of metal shelves, totally barren, on either side of you once you emerge from the hallway. And it appears to be basically just a very large empty room that was probably at one point some sort of an observation chamber. Except you can see that along the back sides of the wall, there are what look like opened capsules made of metal and glass that have kind of long since been opened and emptied of whatever their contents are. Except for one, which is spilling out kind of this cold smoke that rolls across the ground. You can see wet footprints that lead from that capsule towards the middle of the room, directly in front of you, where you can see, standing with their back turned towards you, looking out over the environment, is a lizard folk woman in kind of simple black robes with these kind of hexagonal pattern like you've seen a couple times before, this strange material. And
the one that was like the Aerodonist Mind Flayer robes?
Yep, same material, same robe. And she doesn't say anything, but she does kind of tilt her head a little bit to the side as if looking over her shoulder, realizing that you have entered. Let me reveal some things.
Also, I don't know if it matters, but I am wearing the Mind Flayer skull thing.
Excellent, good to know.
Do Mind Flayers have skulls? I just assumed they were squishy.
We
It's the
do. It's
skull-
mostly
it-
cartilage.
I think this is a skull that makes it so that Mind Flayers can't see me, but it was the easiest way to describe it.
What is this pretty image?
Looking out past the silhouette of this lizard folk woman, you see deep black sea, interrupted only by a pale blue glow from what appears to be several domes of magical energy. And within those domes, you see civilization, building, streets, roads, large cathedrals, and between you and those buildings, several miles off in the distance, creatures just kind of swimming all around and between the orb. A large whale drifts by, a pod of some sort of dolphin-like creature, schools of fish, just deep undersea life swimming around this underwater world of some sort.
Who are you?
And she kind of gets a little bit of a smile, and she eventually turns around. And you can see just a weary, old, wrinkled lizard folk woman. Kind of still chilled. She's got a little bit of this cold kind of smoke rolling off her side. Her feet are still wet with these footprints. And you can see that her mouth does not move, her eyes do not open, but in the center of her forehead, kind of emerging with a little bit of a squelchy noise, an eye in the middle of her forehead with 3 pupils, bright yellow. It says, I have been given many names. Dragon, kraken, serpent, they resemble my body, but I have no name. I am life, I am evolution's pinnacle, the Deep Mother.
Oh, I thought her name was Dragon Kraken Serpent.
I've been called that in the past.
I thought we seen you outside swimming around.
Oh, this is not my actual body. It is dangerous for you to be near me, even near me still as you are, but this is safer than seeing me directly.
I was gonna say, I thought you'd be taller, but that makes sense.
I activate my
Like-
monocle, might as well.
Sure.
Yeah, if I could divine sense.
I presume that you will all have many questions, and I have many questions for you. There is much to learn, and we must be quick. I cannot stress enough that being near me is dangerous, and knowledge is inherently dangerous. But I assume that you have come here with some great need, and so I shall listen. Divine sense, you get the sense that she is neither a celestial, fiend, or undead.
Cool. Wanted to confirm that.
Monocle is currently active.
Do I see anything with True Sight?
With True Sight, let me go read the exact description of that real quick. You notice secret doors by magic. 120. Magical darkness, invisible objects, visual illusions, the original form of shape changer or transformed by magic. You can tell that the eye is a temporary magical transformation. It is not a real part of this creature.
What about with detect magic?
With detect magic, there is definitely an aura of magic on the whole creature. The aura is necromancy, but specifically around the eye, there is an additional aura, which is illusion.
Interesting.
Let us begin. A question for a question, then. Who are all of you? Introduce yourselves.
We are Union. But individually, I am Nomad.
You can call me Nordo.
I will walk towards her with a hand out to like offer a handshake. Say hi. Be like, hi, my name's Moat.
She kind of looks at you a little bizarre, but she does eventually hold her hand out and puts it into yours. It is old, it is frigid, it is absolutely ice cold, it is stiff to the touch. She's not really even able to bend her fingers very well, but she does give you a very cold handshake.
Okay, I'll shake her hand and just kind of take a couple steps back.
I'm Flick. We're a bit acquainted already. Sorry, my throat's hurting all of a sudden. It's weird.
It's
Bad
understandable.
timing.
It will
What
be
did you put in it?
it is difficult for me to speak to you as well, which is one of the reasons we must be quick.
I'm Gale of Stormcellar, first mate and 37th heir to the Emerald Throne.
I see. You introduced your...
Pleasure to meet you, Your Grace.
She... Although she makes no expression, her mouth barely moves, almost as if she's just kind of dreaming and speaking in a dream. You hear most of this voice telepathically, although it is slightly more feminine and different and lizard-like, or lizard folk-like, than the voice that had been used earlier. And although she can't make any sort of an expression, there is a bit of a pause that feels warm, it feels pleasant. And eventually she does say, a pleasure. You introduced yourself as Union. You are a collective, then?
Yeah, I'm Vasudeva. I'm from Eisenma. I've already made plenty of packs, so sorry for getting your hopes up.
You are all from the surface, then? Or at least most of you, and she looks back to Nomad.
He's been calling it upstairs lately, and I kind of dig the sound of it.
Actually,
I
only
already-
about 50% of us are technically from the surface.
Even you, if I understand correctly, come from
I
the
already
caves higher
said-
than this place.
Yeah. I already said I was Nomad, but
Guys,
you dreamt about me once.
I did. You've made a bond with my child. I have many questions.
I did not mean anything untoward. I did not dishonor your child, I promise.
No, that didn't happen. But
Some other person did.
we're friends, I suppose.
Explains the
If
throat.
that counts. No, man, stop.
I, too, am a collective. Not this body, but the body that you know, the body with the eye, the large one that waits in the distance, the one you must not approach. I am, the collective consciousness of the planet's oldest and most resilient beings. Born and born anew, yet persistently aware, generation after generation, body after body, 1,000 minds as one. Not unlike yourself, looking to Nomad.
Is that what I am? Am I like you?
That is one of the many things I wish to learn. My connection to my grandchildren in the world above is distant, but I feel their aches, I revel in their delights, I flourish when they flourish, for we flourish together. And to this end, I would normally protect life on this planet from the dangers that threaten it, above and below. To that end, I've failed. You've answered my question. You may make one.
Each?
Collectively.
Okay.
Flick, I'm sure you have plenty of things you want to ask.
also, guys, kind of what you say, and he points to. I point at the monocle.
What's that, sorry?
Ace says, "Guys, be mindful of what you say," and he points at the monocle.
You had to go and make things more complicated, didn't you?
Just
I'm
say
just-
what you need to.
I meant more like whenever you guys start randomly talking, it can make things complicated.
It's okay, the monocle can't hear what I'm thinking.
Moat, real quick, what's up?
That was for Divine Sense earlier. You're
Okay,
good.
gotcha.
So it wasn't my time earlier. I had more stuff to do. What is it exactly that I need to be doing?
That is a long story, but the short version is that you have a connection to the dangers below. You bear the blood of the Pale Knight, and this blood will grant you safe passage through many of the traps and foils within her labyrinth lair. The materials that you've been gathering will help you to reach her lair safely, even in the turbulent storms of the corrupted Crosswinds.
So like the star chart and the compass and the ship, obviously.
Yes.
Okay. I guess that was 2 questions, my bad.
That's all right. I have another question. Why do you travel with this outsider? Where did he come from? The lizardfolk woman kind of lifts a shaky, feeble, frozen old arm and points towards Nomad. What do you know of the outsiders?
When we first started traveling, I didn't really know much about them at all. They saved my life shortly after we met, and I feel I owed it a bit to them to help them out. Safety in numbers and all that as well. I don't really know a whole lot about where Nomad comes from, but he's been alright by me.
Curious. Much to learn, much to teach. Death is not unnatural, nor is mass extinction. I have watched generations rise and fall. I've watched you build kingdoms upon the sands of this globe, and I've seen them swept away by the tides of war, of reckless magic, carelessness. But our world is not the only one, and she kind of looks to Nomad. And in my efforts to save my children from a world above, I've succumbed to a world below. I was only recently, in the galactic scale of things, made aware of it, but these outsiders from distant suns visit this planet from time to time. I don't know their ends, but I've felt the extinction and suffering that rides with them on each visit. And as powerful as we've grown, I'm not fit to put an end to them. So when they arrive, I do what I must do, what life has done since the dawn of the seas. I have hidden and rebuilt, time after time, millennium after millennium. These outsiders, this outsider that stands before you, he is a threat, our enemy. He has caused more extinctions than you could possibly count.
Maybe others of his kind, but I don't think Nomad would do that. He's different from the rest of them. He's not connected to the rest of them anymore. Not the same way. We saw those mind flayers on the moon before, and they were different.
Very well. I believe that was my question. Let me ask one.
What are the Crosswinds?
I thought we knew that.
I don't think we know
Sure
that.
don't.
I'm pretty
No,
sure we
I
talked.
We have
Didn't
theories.
we? Oh
We've
yeah.
speculated, but we don't know.
Though, yeah, I don't think everyone saw that on the moon either, did we? Was it just Nomad that could see them?
I think we all
saw
could see them.
that like swirly green light, but we all thought like, hey, that's probably the Crosswinds, but we
We
don't
never
know
like confirmed it. Okay.
We're not sure what it is.
what it is anyway, irrespective.
What? Oh, the Crosswinds. I know that was the name of the bar when I first met Three Me's, which I'm assuming is also your child, but that's a different question. But yeah, what other Crosswinds?
I suppose it is with some sadness I must accept that you don't already know. I mentioned that these outsiders come on cycles. They extinguish, they exterminate, they extinct. The most recent culling, thousands of years ago by my count, way before your time. It was different. I was found. Not by the outsiders at first, but by my children. Like you, although ancient, older. But knowledge is dangerous, and it did not take long for the outsiders to learn what my children had learned. They control the power to read thoughts just as some of my children do. This is why, once again, I must urge you, the things you learn here are as dangerous as your presence. Knowing that we no longer had the shelter of secrecy, that hiding might not save us this time, some of my children organized a rebellion of sorts, seeking to fight back against the outsiders. Our nations were united for the first time. that I can remember, since before there were nations. The world's finest heroes rallied armies and fought. They even managed to defeat the Outsiders' initial landing forces. But as they prepared for the invasion fleet to return, their finest minds devised magics unthinkable. Magic that they believed would allow us to advance to a new next stage of evolution, to exist as a multiplanar civilization, capable of uniting, fighting back against these outsiders when they arrived. The Crosswinds. But, in the dark, and in the worry that passed as we prepared, some of my children grew afraid. They feared that not only would the Crosswinds be insufficient to defeat these outsiders, that we wouldn't be able to rally other worlds to our cause, but that if its magic fell into the wrong hands, into the hands of the outsiders, they would simply spread across the universe to all of these other worlds with unprecedented ease, that our world wouldn't be the only one to suffer. Fearing that apocalypse, they sought to end the cycle with one final extinction, one that might discourage the outsiders from returning by catching their invasion fleet in the blast, and one that would collapse the Crosswinds into a barrier rather than a gateway, sealing this world off from all others forever. And so, they developed an arcane solution of their own, one that would leave the world a blank slate, tabula rasa, upon which they might rebuild. They sundered the Earth's greatest spirits, they split its elements. Very few survived the ensuing destruction. Why do I feel the spirits of the planets within you? And she kind of takes a step forward and looks to several of you, but especially to Moat and to Nordo.
Your question broke up. What did she ask?
Why do I feel the spirits of the planet within you?
Well, I'm the Phoenix. Or at least the Phoenix is inside of me. I've got to carry it back and resurrect it.
I don't know as I'm anything like that, but I touched a heart and got some power from it, if that's what you're talking about.
She continues to look at the rest of you.
I mean, I made a pact and also beat the shit out of a locust, but you didn't really ask me, so.
She does kind of walk over towards you, Vasu, and it's bizarre, even though her eyes are closed, almost still sealed shut with this ice that covers most of her skin. It is like you're being stared at with not only the unnatural third eye, but the two eyes under their eyelid, just kind of scrutinizing, tilting this head back and forth. Interesting. Much to learn.
Can I make a quick insight check, just specifically looking for any hint of like malice behind her intent towards us?
Sure.
Can I also make an insight check, just kind of get the, maybe more of the intent towards Nomad rather than these three?
Absolutely.
Looks like the world's 21.
Sorry, while we're doing checks, I know that the order taught me that the antithesis of the Pale Knight was like life itself as a concept, and she just referred to herself as life itself as a concept. Does she seem to think like she's the antithesis to the Pale Knight?
It's certainly...
Is that too much of a stretch?
You could give me an insight check.
Okay.
I would certainly put them in some kind of conflict.
Yeah, for sure.
A prophecy check?
Yeah, insight or
call it?
like insight to try to get a read on what she thinks, or religion to get a read on what you've been taught and how it might apply here. Or potentially both if you wanted to.
Well, he already believes it religiously, so we'll just do insight.
Right.
Can I take a religious roll for that?
Sure.
Try and piece it together as well. I can't ask questions until given the permission to ask a question.
Sure.
So I'm just taking information and trying to put it together in my head.
Sure. Okay. Let's unwind these bottom to top. Nomad, religion 17. It would certainly put them at some sort of odds. The Pale Knight, is all about trying to establish a foothold in the material plane through having these kind of mixed fiendish relationships to produce half-breeds, half-spawns. And then to use those spawns as sort of a gateway, to use them to open larger passageways through which true fiends might eventually be able to enter the material plane. It is all about the corruption of life, the aberration of life, the distortion of natural life. And given that she seems to see herself as kind of the pinnacle of natural life and the guardian of natural life, that would almost certainly put them at odds. And Moat, with an insight check, you get the sense that when she referred... Ooh, wait, hang on. Don't... Let me make sure I'm not giving information for free. With an insight 11, she has admitted that she has failed to protect the world. It's not entirely clear what that means, but she is obviously aware of the fact that her aberrants have become pale and twisted. You feel like it is not a terribly unreasonable jump to think that she is at odds with the Pale Knight. Especially given her interest in Flick and the way that she kind of explained to Flick, like, hey, I need you to go fuck up Pale Knight. Like, that definitely seems to be the case.
Okay.
Ace and Nordo, with those insight rolls, both getting about the same knowledge. Yes, there is 100% obvious malice towards Nomad. But it is mixed and tempered with a couple of things. First is the understanding that this feeble body that it is currently using is not a threat in combat, unless it has some sort of hidden abilities, which certainly might. She is ringing up as both necromantic and a little bit of illusion. But also, there's an element of curiosity. She is asking questions. She wants to learn. She's made it very clear that she's trying to make sense of what's going on here. And to that end, you get the sense that she is at least not, like, about to smite Nomad without a conversation.
Also, since I'm wearing the skull, can she see me? I'm assuming she can.
She seems to be able to, yes.
Gotcha.
Oh, right, 21 minimum.
Yeah.
What would that get you, or what else would that get you? That put you over 20. You would probably get the sense... there is just the tiniest little bit of trying to not get too optimistic. You get the sense that this conversation, there is almost a hint of like a hopeful optimism coming through that she's trying very hard to restrain.
So it's like she's looking for something to kind of give her hope about
Right.
something.
Right. Very well, this explains a lot. You've interacted with a locust. You may be playing some role in the imbalance in the elements. This is all well and good. I would encourage you not to... Do not take this conflict between the elements at face value. It is ultimately a game, one that is being played. I have no doubt that you may have a role in it, and perhaps it is as you say, that you are the spirits or the guardians or deliverers of these spirits. Even if it is true, don't presume that everything you're being told is correct at face value. There are still those above who have survived and that would be eager to keep things as they are, and they will use the disruption of the elements to their advantage. They will frame it as a war, as a conflict, hoping to perpetuate that war. And she kind of steps back and she crosses her arms in front of her, and she goes and begins to kind of look out over the city. Says, very well, if you have another.
Who are the players of this game?
It is curious you would be the one to ask.
Is it?
Not much life is suited to survive the level of destruction that was brought about on this planet by the sundering of the elements. There are those of us who dwell deep beneath the waters. There are those of you who dwell deep beneath the earth. And there are those who survive above, tempering the storm, surviving the onslaught. The most powerful beings that walk the surface of the planet, or fly above it. It has been some time since I've heard from the surface, but it is my understanding that the dragons have survived. They have outlasted and outlived. And though I do not know for sure, I suspect that their involvement in this cycle is more than they have let on. And you do notice that she kind of looks over her shoulder and past all of you to Rax, who is kind of standing behind you, and has been listening and kind of shirks back a little bit nervously at the accusation. The dragons are my children, as everyone else is. But they have grown to a level of strength that has brought them arrogance. With arrogance, complacency. And with arrogance, power, control. It's my understanding that they have survived several of these cycles. And although they are strong, not all of them should be able to survive that degree of hostility. The weak should have been culled, their numbers thinned, and yet they have not. I find that suspicious.
Suspicious how?
There are many things that I am yet to learn. I was only able to spend a brief time, a matter of years, even months. Less than, and she kind of thinks, I believe it would be 2 or 3 years by the count that you use, learning about what had happened to life on the surface, beyond the waters that I can see and breathe. It is my understanding that some of the dragons have allied for the side of life, but many of them have not. They recluse when danger arrives. They do not lend aid. They simply seek to protect themselves and their own kin. I cannot confirm one way or the other, but it does seem suspect to me that without cooperating with the rest of the life on this planet, they have still managed to survive. They are not strong enough to defeat these outsiders, though they might think that they are. And I believe that their survival might be tied to something else. Cooperation. Underhanded behavior.
Nice. Sorry.
Christ. This is a larger question, but I must ask it. And she turns around and she starts to walk over, face to face with Nomad, although she doesn't lift a hand, she keeps them crossed in front of her. May I peer into your mind, or must I use force?
He crosses his arms kind of behind his back and just leans over until his head is almost touching hers to welcome you in. Mother.
Okay, hang on.
Nomad is so uncomfortable
Right?
all of the time.
Nice and deep now.
Stop.
There is a moment of connection. The eye closes on the center of this lizard folk's forehead, and the entire body collapses. Just falls on the ground, limp, cold, steam rolling off of it.
Can I catch it?
You can certainly try. Yeah, you can.
I'm just gonna
This will
hold
give
it.
Um,
I'm just going to kneel down and just kind of hold it.
Can I run up and loot it?
Oh my god, Ace.
Sure, give me an investigation check. You find that the only thing on this lizard folk is the robe that it is wearing. However, you do find several suspicious marks along the back of its neck, at several points between its shoulder blades, and along the kind of the bottom of the jawline, as well as one directly in the kind of middle of the temple. They appear to be just kind of like, for lack of a better descriptor, nail holes. Just little incisions, circular incisions that seem to go straight in. As you were kind of looking it over, she opens her eyes. And doesn't even bother to stand up, but with some help, presuming that you all kind of crowd around her, is eventually lifted back to her feet.
Shh, I'm not done looking.
Wordlessly, without saying anything, turns around, goes back, looks out over the city, and says, "That was a large question. You may ask whatever you'd like."
What'd you just learn in there?
I cannot be certain, but he is different. It cannot be, but it is. Even as the world fought back against these outsiders, some of my finest children knew that our destruction was a possibility. And fearing that Tabula Rasa's interference with the Crosswinds might even prevent souls from traveling to the afterlife, they wept for the loss of humanity. But in their sorrow they found resilience, and in their resilience, brilliance. Desperate in the final months leading up, they constructed a series of devices, arcana mechanical, the Elbrat Minds, they called them, to capture, to hold, and to comfort the spirits of the dead that would come. There they would remain dormant for some time, like a eucalyptus seed, until the fires had passed and it was safe to blossom, whether into new lives, new bodies, or to a safe afterlife. It was unclear at the time whether or not this research was finished. But if what you say is true, and if what I've seen is true, then not only did these minds work, it appears that you've somehow connected with one.
An Elbrot mind, you said? That's
That
what
is-
I've connected.
That is what the inventors called them.
You saw the archivist then, Arcturus?
I never interacted with it directly, but I was told that there was a system in place to give it personification and embodiment, something that would comfort those who interacted with it. As open to it as I am, and as much as I encourage it, I understand that many of my children do not welcome death. They find it frightening, final,
A
and
little bit.
I suppose that without the collective unconscious, it would be. Perhaps they find peace, all being in one place now.
What am I, Deep Mother?
My children asked that question many times. We don't know where you came from, except that it was beyond the stars, that your fleets hid them from us until they descended upon us. When the stars began to shine new lights, it was a sign that you were coming, and within months you had arrived, from the outside, vicious, cruel, killing, uncaring. Entire cities would disappear. Others would go untouched. It seemed that you were more interested in our largest civilizations, the places where we had grown the greatest. I did not have access to the surface for tens, hundreds of thousands of years, but in the most recent cycle, because I was contacted by those from above, I did learn some of your patterns. None of them explained what exactly you are or where you came from. Now, though, you seem to be a host to souls. Or at least memories of souls. That I do not understand.
Shrug.
You'll pardon me, I ain't got all the big words that you've been using, but so you're saying folks like Nomad, them other mind flayers, came down out of the stars through something you call it crosswinds? Is that the green stuff we saw when we was up on the moon?
They had been
And-
coming and doing their extinctions far beyond or far before the Crosswinds were a thing. These Crosswinds, it was an invention, a project created by my children in the most recent extinction event. They sought to seek allies from other worlds, and it may have worked if Tabula Rasa hadn't destroyed it, turned it from a gateway into a wall.
And what is this? Tabula Rasa? Where is that a thing? Is it a person?
An organization. Some called them terrorists, others visionaries. They simply believed that the Crosswinds were doomed, that they were folly, that they would bring destruction not only to ourselves, but allow these outsiders to travel to other worlds, that we would be causing the destruction of not only ourselves, but of hundreds of other planets throughout the galaxy. Beyond the stars. And she kind of looks to you, and again, although there's not much emotion, you do get the sense that there's just a hint of nurturing and trying to explain what the hell a galaxy is. Other worlds in the sky. At the
Would
time,
I know what the galaxy is?
maybe you could give me a science check, an intelligence check.
Three?
History would make sense. You could make a reach for Arcana. A lot of magic is tied to the skies. Likewise, Moat, you can give me history or religion.
Couldn't Flick give one with his astrology stuff?
Yeah, certainly possible. You could do a sailor check or whatever.
Okay.
A 26. Unless I had advantage for any reason.
Well,
Which I
I'm
doubt.
probably gonna inspire that because that was terrible.
Go for it.
Well, no, I got a 26. That's probably good enough.
Fair Flick would at least be aware of the word galaxy, and he would know that it means, like, a bunch of stars or something like that. It's bigger than a constellation, but not really sure exactly what it means. Moat, you would... Rasa. You certainly do recognize the word. It has been brought up before in your travels with these people. So apart from your religious training, you know that you've heard the term. And with a 16, you would remember that you heard it in the Sunken Observatory.
Okay.
It was mentioned in some of the recordings there. You...
It's completely fair if I just don't know anything.
You might, though, and I need to go check this real quick to figure out a thing. With a 16, it is likely that you have probably heard hushed conversations between high-ranking members of the Order of Balance, and you were probably not entirely supposed to overhear them, and as soon as they realized that somebody could hear them, they stopped the conversation and moved to something else. You've definitely not been explicitly told or trained about them.
Okay.
Nomad, you would understand the concept of a galaxy, mostly through your studies of science and magic, and the way that the weave kind of flows throughout the stars, and from the stars towards the planet, and kind of harbors itself using the planet as an anchor. You would understand that a galaxy is just a big collection of stars, each of which has their own planets.
These...
Do I know what's the name of our
Your
galaxy?
Galaxy? Probably not.
Wondering if the Mind Flayers had a name for it since they were from the stars or other stars.
You're pretty keenly aware that there is a lot of information that you used to know probably as a Mind Flayer that was lost during the event. So it's possible.
Yeah,
but
the
you
Elder
don't-
Brain definitely knows, but he severed me from that information.
Yeah, certainly possible. You've definitely been cut off from a lot of hive knowledge.
These Tabula Rasa people, did it work? Did they shut down the whole Crosswinds? They still around?
I mentioned that my connection to the surface is weak, but I felt an extinguishing ripple from the heart of the planet's primal forces. I know that this was their plan, and when the silence lingered, I assumed that it worked. I have seen land rise and fall in unnatural ways. The storms have churned. My children wander in places that they've never seen before. I have felt the havoc wreaked upon the planet. I suspect that it worked.
So what exactly is it that you want from us? What's the ask here?
My needs are simple and, technically, only directed to those who have chosen to follow me, those who can serve me, and she does look over towards Flick. Although it does seem that you may be caught up in some of this as well. My qualm, the poison that runs in my veins comes from the Pale Mother. And though it is a selfish and ultimately petty request, this, and she kind of waves out through this bubble towards the sea, is all that I have left of everything that I have built, of the planet that I have nurtured, the life that I have spawned. It is the only memory that lingers of me and things that were once part of me. And soon it will all be gone as well. The Pale Knight is responsible for it, and I would see that she be stopped before my eyes close one final time.
Deep Mother.
Hmm.
You need not close your eyes permanently. Join us, as the Locust did. Become one of the memories that reside within us. Watch your foe die.
There is a surprising lack of emotion, but eventually she does kind of turn and say flatly, "The body you see in front of you is temporary. It is one of a few that I have saved for important events. It will die in a matter of hours, and then I must return to my current, real form. But it is important that I remain in that form and alive as long as I can to hold back the gates."
What gates?
And she kind of motions out towards the city and looking over it, and begins to motion towards specific regions within it.
Oh. There's a city under here.
There is. When I was found by my children during the last cycle, knowing that I could no longer keep my existence a secret, I worked with them to construct a city beneath the sea, where it would be safe, and we named it Pleiades. There they harbored their secrets, their knowledge, their magic, their art, their literature, and themselves, as many as they could. From this abode, they devised plans to rebuild, to regrow, and if all else failed, to be remembered. But the sands of the sea are no more forgiving than the sands above. Within the depths of this planet, and she kind of motions far over to the west side, towards Sheldaleth, there are passageways into the abyss. And as we withdrew from the danger above, we exposed our back to the dangers below. The Pale Knight is a powerful fiend who seeks to dominate our world rather than her own. And sensing the concentration of power, not only mine, but of all the mighty heroes, the survivors, the greatest among our civilizations, that we had delivered so very near to her doorstep, she began to assault Pleiades. I worked with the heroes there. I gave birth to mighty creatures, and together we fought back the demons. Or so we believed. But I felt her venom too late. Before I realized what had happened, my womb was no longer my own. And so, for a decade, I watched as my children were born pale and ferocious, and in such innumerable swaths that even the heroes of the Pleiades knew that their time was limited. I watched as these final echoes, these final memories of this fallen civilization fell, one at a time. Those who survived retreated to the holy chapter of Shiva, the drowned rose. And that was the last that I ever saw of them, of any of my children. Those who did not withdraw or could not withdraw were slaughtered by my own flesh and blood, corralled by the fiends of the pale night. I don't know what remains within the drowned rose. I suspect that there is no life there. It has been thousands of years. But I would keep it in one piece. And so I must fight to keep this gateway held shut, to do my best to corral my corrupted children, to keep them from destroying what remains of this. Only once Pale Night has been defeated, destroyed, or sealed away forever can I rest. I don't have much that I can offer you apart from some degree of my power that I have already granted. And if the worst should come, I suppose that I should not fear death either. Giving way to the strong is just the natural order of things, and perhaps this is how it is meant to be. All the same, I hold the hope.
I know what it's like to see the Pale Night destroy ones you love. It was my literal flesh that did it, but I'll use the powers you've granted me to the best of my ability to stop her from doing this. Doing everything that she does, that's...
My time grows short. I've told you much. If you have any remaining questions, I believe we are running out of time. There may be more answers within the city itself, but it is a dangerous place. I don't recommend that you go there lightly. Although you may find safe passage to the surface from the towers, and she kind of motions towards these. There was once a gateway that led to the surface.
Never mind.
Any farther... Or go ahead.
You said the oceans, your domain, you know it well. We've been hearing about an order of druids, the Blue Order, that wants to cover the whole world in ocean. I guess they're at Hell's Fly Trench. You ever hear them? You know anything about them?
I'm unfamiliar with many of these names. Your kind, my beautiful children, come up with so many names so quickly and then abandon them in a matter of decade. It is a blink of an eye in front of me. But I have felt a bizarre presence to the north. Magic deeper than it normally goes. I'm afraid I don't know much about them, but if they are a threat to you or to your mission, I may be able to help against them.
I have a question. Those lizard folk, why are they sending you things to be cleansed?
Those above are hardy people. I believe that they are among very few civilizations who survived the reckoning, the tearing of the elements. Rightfully, they remember that outside dangers nearly swallowed them, and they sit upon some of the ruins of the civilization that survived above.
Is there any way that perhaps we could tell them that you sent us or something so we could find out more about how these issues were dealt with in the past so that we may use that to our advantage?
Almost, in fact, literally cutting you off about 5 or 6 words into that sentence. With more expression and emotion than you've really seen from this creature up until this point in the conversation. This frigid, weary, and apparently aging in front of your eyes lizard folk suddenly turns around, kneels down in front of you, and kind of grabs you firmly by the wrist, and says, "You must not." Knowledge is what led us to this destruction in the first place. I would not spread my secrets any more than they need to be. What you've learned here I would not normally allow anyone to escape with. I trust you to keep it to yourselves, and only to those who are necessary. If there is ever peace again, then they may know the truth. But I fear that if they know what lurks below and what has happened to the world around them, they too might be found by the next cycle.
I'm imagining this happening, and it's just this decrepit old lizard woman assaulting a child.
Pretty much.
I
Now I
have
want to know more.
kind of a
Dementia
selfish
grandmas.
question.
Sure.
You said that the forces playing this game would try to frame it in a light that it would keep going. Can we trust the gods? Or should we be cautious?
The gods are fickle things.
That's the fucking truth.
As ants fear beasts, beasts fear man, man fears God. So the gods fear me. I spawn that which gives them faith, gives them power. Without me and my kind and my kin, they are nothing more than energy, ethereal matter, the weave disparate.
That does beg a question then, because I know that the lore behind my people is that we were created by Corin. And are my people your children too? Or are we different?
The gods see fit to tamper with me and mine from time, to uplift them, to bring them into their service. They give gifts of intelligence, artificial, not natural. And although they integrate well and sometimes cause no harm, other times they cause great harm.
That being said, may I ask another question? Something that's been eating at me for a while.
Yes?
I had a vision a while back, a black eye and a red eye, papers fluttering about. Initially, I was led to think Corlin, but I guess I don't know. Maybe even Joker, my father, but does that sound familiar to you at all?
I had no dabbling in this. I'm unfamiliar with this vision. I did not send it to you, nor do I recognize it.
That's respectable, I guess.
It is possible that it came from the gods, and if it did, it is up to you to choose whether or not to trust them. The gods are creatures, nothing more. They are powerful, they're transcendent, and they are made of the weave, not flesh. But they depend on flesh to survive, to give them shape and form and personality. Trust them like you would trust any other powerful being, whether it is a dragon or me.
How many people does it take to make a galaxy?
I've never left this world. The only people who I've ever spoken to who have are a couple of, I suppose they would be cousins, from some other deep, distant mother. People that were brought over during the initial testing of the Crosswinds. So I know that they are out there, but I don't know their numbers. I suspect that the outsiders might know.
We could interrogate the Elder Brain on the moon. No, that's just to kill.
It's not really where I was going.
Didn't we say the next time we went to the moon we were going to bring a bunch of fresh brains for them to eat?
More like dead bodies. It's
Okay.
I wish to help you. Have I answered your question? Looking at Gale.
Not exactly, but I think it's enough of an answer.
And how much flesh does it take to make a god?
She just said they are not made of flesh, they're made of...
No,
The
she
weak.
said they need the flesh to worship them, to make them from energy into gods.
That is a curious phenomenon, one that is closely linked to the research that was done on the Crosswinds before our eventual fall. The entire concept of a soul, is bizarre. It is my understanding, our understanding, that it is nothing more than the accumulation of meaning in semi-tangible form, threads of connection, of sympathy formed in the weave between things that care about each other, things that respond to each other. A thing is a thing if something recognizes it as a thing, and it has meaning if it means something to something. In many ways, it is one of the only self-evident truths of this world that we've become aware of. And eventually, after a certain point, a thing gains enough meaning to gain a soul. And when that soul begins to place meaning in the weave itself, it forms a god, or the mode of a god. I can't answer your question. I know that there are some creatures whose influence is disproportionately powerful. I can see that you've met the Kuatoa.
I have.
And yet your kind, to the extent of my knowledge, has no gods. This godlessness has, no doubt, some tie, some tether to your lack of sympathy.
Isn't that the same answer to my question?
I suppose so. I don't know how many lives it would take to constitute a galaxy, to conjure it into being, and to populate it with gods and beings. I suspect it is a number far larger than any of us could imagine.
It's 2.
2. One to be and one to care. Perhaps only one, then, if you care about yourself.
I think everybody needs somebody else to justify them.
You're a bright mind. It's dangerous, but you might find information that is useful within the city. It is the last bastion of a very advanced civilization. I won't pretend that it doesn't harness things that you may be able to find useful, technology that could be reclaimed, knowledge of the arcane that could be repurposed. But again, I must warn you, your presence, your proximity to me and the Shieldaleth comes at a great cost to both of us, a great danger. Not only of my children, but of the fiends that have escaped, that make their abode in the Magejaw Keep and in the western quarters of the Pale Shadow.
I feel like if it'll help us on our quest, respectively, it might be worth going. I have the chart and the compass and the ship, but don't feel like that alone's going to get me there. And
In the grand scheme of things, your days and hours are but a blink of an eye for me. This is urgent in my scale, but only in mine. The world would go on without me, or with me, in its own glacial crawl.
Where are we specifically on the globe? Are we not near the Lizard Folk Island anymore?
This is difficult for me to answer because my view only allows me to extend to the surface. But it is my understanding that you are near the warmest region of the planet, near its middle, near its belt, as I'm to understand. And I do believe that the civilization above, the one that keeps sending these outsiders, these snippets of truth, these clues to what is happening on the surface, is nearby or the magic wouldn't work. Several such facilities were created around this city.
Are we 5 miles deep then? More than 5 miles deep.
Mile, and she kind of has to think for a moment. Somebody roll me 46. Keep the lowest 3. Oh.
Wait.
You are 16,000 feet below the surface. Oh no, I'm sorry. 13,000 feet.
man, we've only been 500 feet. If I had
Really?
Sure roll faster.
If we do leave and have to come back another time, how can we get back here?
That is a curious proposition. The window towers were used to deliver refugees back and forth between the dying surface and this refuge, this place of secrecy. And
Perhaps they have a ritual circle there for teleportation?
It is certainly possible. This place was rich with magic. You may also check the Chabadar Shiva. It was a place of learning and worship. They would certainly have arcane tomes and perhaps other implements. The window towers were closed when it was deemed unsafe to leave them operational to prevent the outsiders from finding this city. They could be reactivated, potentially, serving as a gateway from here to the surface. But in doing so, you also provide a gateway for the creatures that are around it, my corrupted children and the fiends of Mejal Keep. It is up to you whether that is a risk you wish to take.
Can we? We're a little worse for wear after everything we went through. Can we rest here?
When our questions are done, I will have no remaining use for this form, and in 10 days it will die of starvation, if not sooner of dehydration.
We could feed it. It should be fine.
It would be of no use. Its mind has long since frozen over. But
Fair.
I can siphon what energy remains of it to heal your wounds, revitalize you, perhaps give it some last purpose.
Yeah, may I have its brain? Will it give me anything even?
It may, although it has been asleep for some long time.
I don't even know if it's been long enough that I can eat a brain.
I think it
I don't
has.
think one
Has it?
sense.
What? It's Thursday. I can eat a brain on Sunday, provided I ate one last Sunday.
I don't believe you've eaten one yet this week. It would have been at the
Oh.
Kuto place. Did you eat one at the Kuto place?
I ate one to to give you
yeah, the
information.
coral
Yeah.
thing. Yeah,
Yeah.
never mind. Just gotta save it.
So yeah, it'll die in 10 days. We can just keep the body with us.
Yeah, but she's offering us a rest by consuming it now, which I'm into. Yeah,
Oh,
I need
okay.
that.
Let's do it. We need that rest. Let's do it.
Before we continue, it has definitely been longer than 10 minutes, but I forgot, so we'll just kind of count all of that as if it kind of happened quickly enough for the thing to catch it. 80 math type hard calculator. 87% truthful.
I lied a bunch just to fuck with you.
Fuck your research.
Well, I don't know about the rest of y'all, but I don't know as I'm too inclined to open up a portal that leads from down here to the surface if down here is where demons come from. Seems like
Yeah.
that's just giving us the easy path up to the surface. But I would like to be able to get back down here.
Yeah. If this will take us up, we can take Rax up to his mother at least. And then we can get into a tree.
Yeah, I think she'd be a valuable ally.
If she fights for life.
I don't
Well,
think she's trying to, like, kill everyone, if that's what you mean. If it helps, we left home because she didn't like some of the other dragons.
Where was your home, do you know?
And I'm really not supposed to say, but you guys did kind of save me, and also it kind of sounds like we're being painted as the bad guys here a little. We're from a land way out to the west. Korax. A lot of dragons live there. And they got in some fights with my mom, and eventually we snuck off. Found this place.
One of the
Why?
names. Earth by chance.
Corax, cool.
That's to the west, right?
It is. This is an area that you guys, at least some of you, are familiar with. If nothing else,
Yeah.
when you get back to the ship, you will be able to tell you that she's very familiar with it.
Yes, I think we've talked about it at length before. It's like there was a big war with dragons about 100 years ago.
Right, yeah.
Between there and Willenquet.
She tells us, I imagine she tells us the story every night.
And that's how I
go
slayed
for it.
13 dragons.
I don't know if that came through, but did Rax recognize the name Azadirath?
Right, 24. Kind of. There's a lot of dragons that have names like that. I know that one of the biggest ones, and the one that Mom doesn't like, is Ozymandias. And I know that he had some sons. There was,
I think he is one of them. I think is what we learned.
then yeah, that might be it.
I think we have to kill his entire bloodline.
I'd
Is
be
that a-
for it.
It sounds like, from what we're hearing, they're all really bad. At least the Aussie line.
Ozymandias was the father of Azudirath and Azufel.
And all those three were really mean, bad ones, yeah?
I
To my knowledge.
Arrogant by
I at least know that my mom doesn't like them.
Your mother has good sense. Well, let's get this rest going so we can. The sooner we get this done, the sooner we'll get you back to her, the sooner we get our plot. I'm sorry, it's like 4:58 a.m.
No, legit. Understood.
Was there anything else I needed to do before I could get there? Was
Yeah.
this enough?
You've gathered the ship, you've gathered the Maze Eye, you've gathered the star chart. I believe if you travel to the astral plane, the chart should activate, and guide you even through the corrupting winds of the distorted crosswinds. Follow it cautiously. It will not be easy. It never was, but especially after the Sundering. Once there, it should lead you almost directly to her lair. It is a dangerous place, a place of endless mazes, labyrinths, places where souls are doomed to wander lost for eternity. The tools I've given you will help guide you to where you need to be at the center of her maze. But even then, it will not be easy. From there, you should be able to find her, challenge her, and because you are of her blood, slay her, if you are strong and ready.
Oh, he'll be strong and ready.
He's got pretty big flick energy. I think he's ready.
He does have big flick energy. No, you can't say that. We have to say nice.
Nice, right? That does have big flick energy, so that ship has sailed.
Nice.
It's just for sport now.
So, what does she do to give us this revigoration?
Alright. First of all, she says, I apologize. This form has grown weary, and its time will end. The stasis that was used to preserve it in hopes of a new tomorrow were not strong enough, and this is the greatest purpose I believe that it could have served. However, it is time for it to end, and with it gone, it will be difficult once again for me to communicate with you. I cannot stress enough that your proximity is dangerous to both. Approach only if you need to.
Is it possible, actually, to make you a new proxy?
Certainly. Every time that you've slain one of my aberrant children, I've been able to form a temporary connection to speak through their dying mind to you. And in an emergency, you may be able to do the same at any time. There is no shortage of aberrant children among the streets of the city.
By aberrant children, you mean those who were infected by the Pale Knight, or just the regular ones?
Correct. All of my children carry some degree of taint, those who were born in the past several hundred years. But the ones that have turned pallid, ghastly white, are those most corrupted, the ones I have the least control over.
And if we kill those, we can talk to you, I guess.
It grants me a brief window of connection, yes.
But what about something like this body here? Can we make you another one?
It is not impossible. I know there are a great many magics. The magic that I weave is different from those that you have learned, my connection more innate, but it does mean that I'm unfamiliar with the way that you weave through the weave, so to speak.
Do you have a garnet worth 200? I gave mine to a dragon.
I do not, but I know there are a great many riches within Mazejaw Keep. Probably some within the Shadow Brashiva.
Unfortunate.
Let's go to Mazejaw Keep.
The riches.
Right now, let's go.
Let's go. Let's recover our energy and get right there.
And she does say, if you are ready, then I will begin to disseminate what remains of this body's energy. And she kind of claps her hands in front of her, and the eye begins to kind of retract out from the middle of her forehead, where it had reformed after peering into Nomad's mind.
Can I get behind her when she's doing this?
Sure.
He's just gonna take his robe out of his pack and kind of put it around the body's shoulders. And he's just gonna mutter to himself, such a fragile creature.
As the body kind of begins to go limp and release its energy, you hear a long-winded exhale. And you do all kind of hear in the back of your minds. First, there's this sensation of warmth and comfort, and you can almost feel breath being pressed into your lung. But there is an echoing mind, more distant than before, and returning to the voice that had been used before taking the lizard folk body. And it says, regardless of what happens at the end of all of this, promise me that you will live even if I do not, that you will love, that you will find friends, family, carry out your days as best as you can. That is, in the end, what makes all of this important, meaningful.
Think I can manage that. Granted, I don't die in the process, but we'll just pretend that's not possible.
I do not know if this includes me. She didn't seem to like me.
You did hear it, for what it's worth. You heard that same thing.
Okay, cool. I thought I was gonna be. Except you. You can go die in the fire.
This struggle may seem grand, but in the end, it is each of your individual lives and stories that will make it worth remembering. The body suddenly goes fully limp, drops to the ground, collapses, and over the course of 6 seconds, ages from probably late 60s to early hundreds, shriveled, skin around bones. What little color remained in her skin already pales from this kind of leathery green to just chalky, ashy gray, and collapses on the floor. And as it does, you each get a feeling of warm, fresh breath. You feel magically renewed. And you each get the effects of a short rest, and also a level up.
Wow. That's terribly exciting.
Terribly exciting. I didn't use my last channel Arcana. I wasted it.
Quick, do something dumb.
What's that tube over there? The thing she was in.
Give me an Arcana check.
I will give myself proficiency, whatever the fuck that is.
I use synaptic static on everyone twice and kill them.
Perfect.
27.
It appears to be some sort of a magical stasis device. You recognize it's very similar to False Life, or not False Life, Feign Death.
Are there stones in it?
There are definitely stones that are part of it that could potentially be pried out with a little bit of work. It does.
Do it, Gil.
Hell yeah, ransack that place.
She's not gonna use this place. Okay, I'll do it. It's like 10 minutes each, right?
Yep. You do find almost immediately upon investigating it that each of them does have a brownstone protecting it from, having somebody walk in and just turn off life support without any checks.
Yeah.
But
Is there several?
there are 12 total, and you can give me 12 attempts, 12 Arcana
Are there
checks.
people inside? Because I don't want to do the ones on the others.
Looking through, they all appear to be empty, and
Oh,
only
okay.
one of them is still cold. The rest appear to be long emptied and kind of warm and dormant.
Sure, I'll do several checks. Can I get a help?
Sure, you can loot my mom's dead body room.
Sure.
Mum, my deep mum.
Deep mum.
Deep
Deep
mum.
mum. That's a
I
29.
like your mom, Flex. She's
That's a
nice.
35. That's a 31. That's 24. 33. How many more? 1, 2,
7
3,
more.
4, 5. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7.
All right.
The lowest of them are like 18 and 19. Or wait, 17.
You're able to successfully extract 5 of them, and I will put them over here.
Including the brownstones?
Let me double check how that works. I can't remember if you get those
Yeah.
out or if those are destroyed in the process. Let me go see.
I think they might be destroyed in the process, but I've never really done this before. What stones are in them?
Short rest. Ooh, spicy.
Very nice. What changed? Oh, danger sense slash. You have evasion now?
Yeah,
Oh, yes.
exciting. That combo is just so good.
Shit, Feck. Now I have to send you those spell creation things.
Spell creation thing.
Yeah, the 6th level spell. I'm a wizard. We make new spells.
Is it safe to assume that we're gonna wrap up here for the evening?
I think so.
Yeah,
Cool.
we will pick up. If you guys have a plan for how you plan on proceeding from here, whether it's going into the city or heading to the surface, continuing to the volcano, give me a rough idea so I know what to prep.
I'm going to split the party and go to all of those locations at the same
I think
time.
me and Leah will take the ship back to the surface. Someone's gonna do
Mhm.
the windows, and then everyone else is gonna go ahead and go down the hole to the abyss. And then
I'm
most
just
of
gonna
the
go-
pirates roost alone.
Yeah, and I'm going to go visit Azadirth and just tell him about how we know about his plans. I'm just going to tell him everything we know.
Excellent. Really hoping that was the plan.
Don't know I'm talking in the voice still, but she said not going there lightly, so I'm gonna wait until the plot says, oh, there's probably a magic thing there you need, then go back.
I get a feat.
Yeah, I'm more inclined to go back to the surface, whether it's through the windows or not, but not open that thing up and then do Firebird's Roost, and then come back to this when we're ready to literally fight the last boss, Pale Knight.
Didn't you say they were brown?
Oh no, the brown ones are the ones keeping them.
They're the ones that make him do a check for each one.
Yeah.
Oh, can you pull out the brown ones too?
I think they're destroyed in the process, is what he said.
They were. So you're able to extract 2 blacks from each successful one, and you
Mhm.
can attempt again. I believe it's a 24-hour cooldown, but I'll double check. So in theory, you could sit there and try it again for a couple days until it works. but it is limited to 1 attempt per day. I think it's actually technically supposed to take 8 hours for each one.
8 hours.
But I'll hand wave it because I forgot until this very moment.
Okay, we'll just come back later. Or if we want to rest for a bit. Did you say
level
we're... Yeah, we leveled up.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Question, Feck.
Level 14, right?
15.
15.
How do I keep doing that?
You can't math.
Well, it's 2 levels I get to take. Neat.
Hey, Feck, question.
Yes.
So I now have the Inquisitive subclass thing where if I'm not moving, I have advantage on perception and investigation.
Yep.
Does that affect like my passive as well?
It does, assuming that you're not going fast enough to like disqualify it. But yeah, if you're just like standing in a room, then that adds +5 to your passive.
All right, and that's +5. So that means I have a passive perception of 28.
Yep. Now go grab the observant feat, bump that to a 33, and then you'll still not be as high as Trace, I think. Trace was a goddamn monster.
Who?
Yeah.
No one knew.
One of Drake's old characters.
Gotcha. But did he have an investigation of 27? A passive?
Probably pretty close.
I was gonna say maybe.
Do we
Can't
ever
remember
figure out why
maybe
Trace has a
not.
book?
I can't remember what my hint was.
I rolled a minimum of 10.
Yeah, 2 more levels, I have a minimum. But my passive is my minimum,
Oh, that's pretty cool.
right?
If you have reliable talent, yeah.
Yeah.
Dudes, I'm gonna roll. See you later.
Good luck.
Same.